Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Let's get going with this thing again. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream yesterday, and Sunday I also only could do one stream, so hopefully today I'm gonna do a bit more. Yeah, let's just get right into it. We left off. Where did we leave off, actually? I think I wanted to go. Well, yeah, since we killed Renala 2 streams ago, essentially, I wanted to go to the Divine Tower of Liurnia, though unfortunately I wasn't actually able to get to the top of it, because I am missing an item, apparently. So, I guess I'm now looking for that item. Not that I necessarily need the Great Rune of Renala, or, well, the Ember Egg. It wasn't necessarily... whatever. But I definitely need to look for that item. Also, we found another one of those wells. We found a teleporter that leads us to the floating ruins. I'm just going to call them that, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can still look at. Mainly, also, just the rest of Liurnia. There's still a lot. So, for example, I'm also still wondering how the hell I'm supposed to get up on this plateau. Well, I still need to check out this area and a whole bunch here to the north. And that's actually where I'm going to start with. So we know that there's something interesting to be found here. I'm guessing there is a cave there. Oh, right, that was one of the pictures. No, was it one of the pictures? No, actually not. The picture leads somewhere here to the west, right? What was it that told me that there is a special item here? I wonder if that's actually going to be the item that lets us access the Divine Tower. Also, I'm still not really sure. I fought an NPC with a red name here in the church, and the turtle was suddenly gone when I went back to it. I'm still confused why or how that happened. Exactly. And I'm wondering whether or not I would be able to get it back to that status, get it back to me being able to fight that guy. Oh well. Before I start, though, I do want to go back to Gorang, and because we got a second death route last time. Hello, Poppy. The Great Rune is actually not active. I'm gonna use a rune arc here in a second as well. Hi. Yes. Okay. He still needs more, but at least now we've gotten one of the bestial incantations, as they were called earlier. Ah, that's interesting that it's grouped in with the Black Flame stuff. Bestial Sling. Swiftly flings numerous sharp rock shards. Oh, that's the... well, that's... It's not exactly the same as what the shrimp-looking things we're using in the Crystal Cave that we got transported to at some point. But it's something similar, just without the tracking, I guess, right? Because it looks the same. They have this thing that has Well, I was wondering what it actually was, right? Because it just looked like, well, almost like the Crystallian magic, just with these, I don't know, gray missiles or something. But makes sense that they're rocks. Swiftly flings a number of sharp rock shards. It is said that in the time before the Earth Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Okay. That is either a very important or a very unimportant quote. And, well, that's the biggest problem with Elden Ring, right? You're never quite sure. So, I am still somewhat wondering about the, I guess, historical time frame of the game, because there were a bunch of things and a bunch of hints and a bunch of, well, overall things here and there that never quite told us what the actual timeline was. Yes, we do know certain things that happened. For example, now we know that there was a second Elden Lord and that he was married to Renala first and then he married Marika later, and that Godfrey was banished from the Lands Between at some point, or before that happened, essentially. So we do know certain points of the timeline, but it's very, very interesting that there seems to be, well, it's honestly very strange because the game uses certain words or certain phrases like this, right? The time before the Earth Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. If you're going off of our own human history, that makes it sound like, well, yeah, sure, at one point there were quote-unquote first beasts, and those first beasts then later became humans, became intelligent beings. Now, here in Elden Ring's world and the Lands Between, there are still beastmen, or ape-like creatures. But you could argue that we have that in our nature too, right? I mean, we have, I don't know, orangutan. What are they called? Hutans? Orangutans? It's actually their English pronunciation. Whatever. We do have essentially wild beasts that still have a certain intelligence to them. And then other items here also talk about the what was it called? Primordial something, right? Which sounded almost like the beginnings of the universe, right? As scientists describe the couple 100,000 years after the Big Bang. And, well, the strangest thing here is that Elden Ring seems to toy with these ideas, right? They seem to be somewhat part of the world and part of the world's history, yet it seems like they were also something else, or worked differently, yet also worked the same. And that's what I can't really quite pin down, because it's actually here as well. I think these things, right? They were part of the primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. And then the Earth Tree appeared, right? But primordial crucible could be everything and nothing at the same time. It's very, very hard to tell if the game is truly just using different words, but the world itself is supposed to have a similar backstory to our own world, just maybe accelerated in a way. Because it does feel like there is something finicky with the timeline going on, right? I mean, obviously, the concept of actual years or I don't know, maybe even seasons or normal lifespans or generations seems to be somewhat not part of the game. Maybe? And it seems more like we're in this godlike realm that has more or less similar sort of basic stages as the actual world's history, yet is also, I don't know, somehow condensed in its timeline. But as I said, it's very, very hard to tell if that is actually what they're trying to tell you here, or if it's just, I don't know, a weird description that wants to make it very mysterious, yet it's just referring to what we already kind of know is our actual history. Maybe we'll find more about it. I mean, I was actually very, very surprised that, at first you don't really get to know that much at all about a lot of stuff. And then suddenly, especially all that we now know about the Academy, about Renala, Radagon, suddenly we got a lot of information, right? Way, way more than I actually expected to get. And, well, just wondering if that's how it's going to continue, right? I mean, I'm kind of expecting to hopefully get a lot more very interesting information about things. Also, I was already down here, so I think I'm actually gonna warp here and take this path and then move to the right first. Yeah, I think that actually makes more sense. And I just need to be very careful not to be killed by these uncharted creatures. I still think that they just straight up remind me a lot of the beasts that you meet at the end of Uncharted 2. Did you die to the bear? Oh. That's an unfortunate destiny, isn't it? Oh, for fuck's sake. It didn't hit the other one? Because the first one was already dead. Oh well. Immunizing white cured meat. Oh, and the bear dropped something as well. But yeah, I was actually pretty disappointed by that, because these creatures, I first met them down in the Siofra River well, right? And there they appear as these blue spirits. And so I thought, hey, these must be, special enemies, maybe once part of this primordial crucible, right? The first intelligent beasts that later on became humans or something. But nope, they're just normal enemies that still exist. It's just that for whatever reason, their spirits also exist in the Siofra River. Maybe I'm missing some sort of connection there. I have a feeling that somehow there has to be a bit more to that, right? Some sort of explanation as to why specifically these... Well, I don't even really want to call them beasts, because they seem more human-like, just that they maybe aren't quite as advanced, or they sort of still seem to be in the stage where humans were about, 5 to 10,000 years ago, right? I mean, that's just what it looks like on the surface. Obviously, I have no idea whether or not that's actually the case. But, you know, if you look at them, see, he's collecting berries or something, I'd assume. Which that's what humans, there is this, isn't it called like the hunting and gathering phase or something of humans? What does that sound? Oh. Oh no, never mind. That is just a statue. Though interestingly enough, isn't that the... Yeah. That's the same statue that I saw down in the well. Let's see how strong they are. Well, they're not weak. It's honestly hard to tell whether or not they're equally as strong as the blue spirits in the Siofra River. They might actually be. Old Palace. Wait, Old Palace? Oh, I think the sounds are coming from the mausoleum, right? Yeah. Wait, Old Palace? Why is that name so familiar? Well, it's not that. Fuck, wasn't there a place that was called Old something? Now I don't remember. Well, let's move to the right here first, but... That statue makes this whole thing even more confusing. There's a bunch of them as well. Because what's the deal with these statues being both up here and down in the well? I mean, maybe the worlds down in the well are more connected to the overworld than I think. Maybe it was just more of the, I don't know, surprise to find the world at all that made me think that they were something special. I don't know. I was speculating at first, right, when I found the Siofra River. I was speculating at first that it was some sort of ancestral realm that when, I don't know, the Earth Tree started to form or something, that maybe the old world sort of got sucked up underneath the Earth and that maybe subsequently, you know, scholars or somebody who was trying to find out something about the ancestral world and was trying to find, well, or was just trying to research it in general, right? I thought that maybe they were the ones who then not only discovered it, but potentially built the wells in order to have easier access to those ancestral worlds. I'm wondering if that's what happened, or that rather that's what I was speculating about. Did you see me? I think he kind of saw me, or wasn't sure if he saw me or not. But yeah, I'm... With the fact that these statues are now above ground as well, it just seems to me that potentially potentially these worlds down in the river wells aren't actually that special, but rather just I don't know. I mean, they can still be some sort of other realm or other culture that for whatever reason decided that they wanted to live down there. There are still countless possibilities for why that's the case. But I just feel like that, well, if we essentially find most of what's down there on the surface as well, it can't really be all too special, can it? And also this other river that I found, right, this one, the Ainsel River, the depth of the elevator is also a lot less than, or compared to the Siofra River, right, which is yet again, well, I mean, does it even have meaning? It's very, very hard to tell, right? It's honestly just very hard to tell what the actual point here is. Whoa, that was faster than I thought. I hate how... Yeah, of course. I just hate their movements. Their AI is very weird. Can you... Thank you. Now, who the fuck are you? Why is there some sort of spirit being here? Aww. I think I fought this guy at some point already, didn't I? Maybe? At least I have the ashes that look very similar. I wonder if I can actually sneak up on him. That would be strange, wouldn't it? He is an enemy, though. And interestingly enough, he doesn't have a name. Ooh. Well, that was a lot easier than I thought. Okay. I honestly thought he was going to be some sort of very special enemy. Why is this guy specifically guarding? Like, he isn't even a spirit. He's just an actual body that just glows white, apparently. Huh? What the hell is going on? If only I had a head. I really... Bellum Highway? What the fuck does that mean? Black Knife Catacomb... Oh, wait, what? Bellum Highway? Why are the catacombs... So the highway is... Oh, whatever. I don't know. The Beast Eye Quivers? Okay. Well, that is something I did not necessarily expect. Huh. He just respawns as if nothing happened. Weird. But yeah, I do wish the game would be a bit more consistent in its visual language for these kinds of things, right? Because I think that didn't we encounter actual spirit soldiers at the mausoleum on the Weeping Peninsula, and they looked very similar, just a bit weaker, I guess. But they were actual ghosts. But their sort of visual design with the white glow was very similar. So I'm really confused. I'm just really confused why this guy seems to be somewhat corporeal, yet a ghost at the same time. It's yeah, no idea. One thing that I can do, though, I'm going to remove this, because obviously now I'm here. Oh, hello. Okay. So this time we're going to fight skeletons again. Huh. Yeah, I think the Black Highway thing, or whatever it was, must have been just a mistake, because the map probably continues to the highway of something, or not Black Highway, Bellum Highway, I think, right? We're in the Black Knife Catacombs? I don't know. Yeah. I think that has nothing to do, because these catacombs pretty much just look like any other catacombs, I think. I don't think there's anything too special going on here. Oh, wait, what? Can you please hit it? Fucking hell. Wait. How did they hit me? Do they have some sort of other magic? Ugh, seriously. So, are they actually... Oh, hello. What does that sound? Well, at least I can use the stone sword key again. Well, that must be some sort of trap or something. So, I guess in here... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why the hell can you not attack while there's still a message on the screen? How dumb is that? Okay, so I think whatever that ghost was that I saw in the corridor just there probably prevented the ghost from dying. I have a feeling that the Rose's axe... Interesting. Yeah, I have a feeling that the if the skeletons are in proximity to whoever that black sorcerer guy or whatever it was is, as long as they're in closer proximity to that guy, they're just probably going to be respawned infinitely. Okay, let me take a look at the weapon. God, so many cool weapons that I will never be able to use since I don't have the means to get more upgrade materials. At least as of now. Usher of Death, Roses, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. Is he? The dead easily lose their way, and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand. And it has a unique skill, Roses' Summons. Raise the axe aloft to summon those lost in death. 3 skeletons will appear at a distance and attack in tandem before vanishing. Oh, that's very, very interesting. Okay, so Roses is the usher of death. Roses, usher of death. Shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between. Now, what's a bit strange in this description here is he showing the path to the catacombs, or is he showing the path once you're in the catacomb to your death? Guiding hand for the dead. So it's very hard to see though on the axe. I mean, it has nice detail. Probably, let me actually equip this in this particular case. Because I want to see something, although it will be very hard to tell, I think. Yeah, so the dead people, it's actually a very cool design, right? On the sort of lower half of the axe, we see skeletons or corpses, I guess. And this guy on the top seems to be the one who's guiding them. I'm just thinking if we see a bunch of statues being repeated here all the time, not necessarily these ones, because these ones are skeletons themselves, right? But there is like one other statue that also has this white, well, it's a white statue, but it has this rope, or is wearing a rope, and it's present in a lot of, oh, hello. Interesting. It's actually present in a lot of catacombs. And so I was wondering if whether or not... Am I fucking kidding me? I just need to... Oh, they're always like in between the... Okay. That is... Okay. Well, it worked out in the end. At least I have the holy stuff. But yeah, I think on those statues is probably this Usher of Death. That's most likely the guy who's depicted on them. What's up with you? What was that? Why were you... Okay, maybe my speculation was wrong. So maybe there's something else that makes these skeletons... Well, not immortal, clearly, but something like that? What the... What? Oh, hi. Where the hell did you come from? Wait, was he there before? I didn't even notice that there was a platform there. Well, I think I'm gonna loop back around to that place at some point, probably. It's very fortunate that I have the holy stuff. Otherwise, this would be annoying as fuck. I have a feeling there's going to be a big crab here somewhere. What's up with these crabs in general? sometimes the hitboxes on them are so weird as well. It's so strange that I don't know, the game doesn't really let you... Well, it's not really about auto-target, but the fact that you can sort of swing above these enemies... kind of a strange thing. There's going to be a big crab here, right? There has to be. Because there's nothing else here. Yeah. Well, at least it doesn't seem like I'm severely underleveled for this or something. Are you fucking kidding me? There's another one behind me. Oh, I probably shouldn't have used that. Using this flask was a bit unnecessary. Then again, I have a feeling this isn't going to get much more difficult than this, to be honest. What do we have here? A rune arc. Okay. How many rune arcs did I find so far? I think about 10 or something? Which is still not that much. But I mean, there has to be some sort of hidden path here, right? Or are you telling me I need to use the crap to open this? No, there is an actual... on the ground there. An actual thing to open the door, it seems. It looks like there is a place you can drop down from. This goes to the right, so this goes forward, right? Huh. Hi. How did that... Why is he all of a sudden hitting me? Well, he's gonna get up again. Oh! Wow! Oh, whoa. I have to do it right. This I did not expect, to be honest. Oh, fuck. Can you... Oh. Oh. I wanted to change my weapon like a million years ago. Can you just hit it? For fuck's sake! God, sometimes this is annoying. Okay, then I do think that these guys have actually nothing to... Are you fucking kidding me? How delayed are their freaking attacks? My God. Well, okay, this was clever. I do have to give the game that. From time to time, it really, really surprises you with sort of quote-unquote environmental puzzles like this. Wait, is that the first Grave Glove Ward 4 that we found? Might be, actually. But yeah, this is really, really clever. And something you don't really think about all that much, because, well, it's just not something that came up in FromSoft games up until this point. Puzzles that utilize the environment like this, where you actually have to do platforming based on what's sort of available with movable parts as well. That was really interesting. Not only surprising, but just in general really cool. Very, very cool idea. Okay, the burial watchdogs. Well, there's not going to be too much more here, I think, because I've pretty much already seen the basement part, I guess. The only thing that's slightly annoying here is that the holy damage is so good that it almost feels like a waste to activate it, simply because you then just one-shot the skeletons, or almost one-shot them. Wait. Huh? Are there two bosses here, or is this just like a secret way to get to the boss? Oh. Well, this has to be some sort of... Okay, so if he's here, that's D, right? If he's also hunting Deathroot, right? So there's going to be one quote-unquote normal burial watchdog boss, and then what I expect to be some sort of special Deathroot boss, probably. Okay. Well, I mean, either way, I still want to activate the other stuff first. Now you're getting up? Seriously? I knew it. Okay, other one. I'm still not a fan of invisible walls, by the way. That has always been, and probably will always be, one of the worst mechanics in FromSoft games. Because it's just such a lazy way to hide secrets. I'm sorry to have to say that, but it just is. You know, if you're designing like really, really clever hints and puzzles that potentially show a very intelligent, or players who really, you know, really pay attention, if they really show you, oh, you know, there is this really, really special thing that you can find, and that's fine, but these walls are just random, and there's no way to know when they appear. There is no logic to it as well. It's just they sometimes exist, and that's it, pretty much. It's also very interesting to me that the beast eye, or whatever it's called, quivers when you enter this place. Well, it makes sense that it would. It's just, Well, now I'm wondering, maybe it's actually the same boss door? Maybe this boss just has two different doors, and one has the summon sign next to it? That would also be something else. You know what? Since I have the runes... Ah, for fuck's sake, I hate this. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of jellyfish here now. That is so strange that this guy without a head is just standing here. Like, why? I do want to potentially upgrade my Ash Spirit Summon. Because I think I should be able to do that.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
Oh, it was a grave glove word 4 that I got, right? Yeah, not a ghost glove word. That's unfortunate. Although they are already at +4. Completely forgot. Well, I mean, since I'm here, I can still upgrade the other stuff. Just so that I don't lose the runes.
I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists. A spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings, what they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually, that I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderica, the certified spirit tuner.
Okay. Curtsy. Oh, she gives you an emote for that. Do you have anything to say about that?
I took you no matter to lay out your arms. The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice. Or a daughter. But at times, that's precisely what she feels like to me. I've gone soft. And it isn't easy.
I wonder if this is a quest line that leads somewhere, or if this is just some sort of interesting interactions between your NPCs that you gathered here. Because it seems somewhat random when it occurs. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's just check out the normal boss for now. And then just go the other way. I mean, I expect this to be pretty much fairly straightforward, hopefully. Cemetery Shade. Okay. I was definitely by far the one that attacked first, and yet somehow it still got the first attack off. Whoa! Okay, well that blood loss occurred a lot. Can you stop hitting these guys in this weird ass, or with this weird ass, I don't know. Why is everything I don't know, it suddenly feels as if my character is way slower than it should be, actually. Twin Sage Sorcerer Ashes. God, what a weird fucking thing. I don't know what it is sometimes. Like... Yeah, I can't really explain it either. It's just, it felt like I was suddenly moving a lot slower than I'm used to. I don't really know why. I don't know. Death Root. Wait, what? Huh? So we just get a Death Root here? Well, what's the other boss supposed to be then? It's also... I hit it how many times? 3 or 4 times and the boss was dead? Just really weird. Cemetery Shade. I wonder if these shades... Are they meant to be good or bad? Actually hard to tell. Can I spend my runes on anything? Not necessarily, huh? Oh boy. Well, this is going to be annoying. I wonder if I'm actually capable of running through to that other boss without being constantly annoyed by skeletons. Well, the biggest problem is is going to be... I knew it. What a bullshit thing, right? God, I hate the timing on that. He's just standing there looking, I don't know. Well, this is going to be interesting. The Hunter of the Dead. A Black Knife Assassin? Oh, we can summon here. Oh, well, that changes things. Can you... Can you please just... Well, I mean, this way... It's certainly not necessarily a hard fight, is it? Wow, such gameplay. I mean, I know that this would be a lot more complicated. Assassin's Cerulean Dagger and a Black Knife print. Obviously, this would be a lot more complicated without the Cooperator, but I don't know. In this way, it's just strange. I'm still... You know, at this point, honestly, I wish that FromSoft would introduce difficulty modes. Because I'm just... Well, I know that this is certainly a subjective thing, but I just don't like the idea of having or being forced to not use things that are in the game just to play the game on quote-unquote normal difficulty. Because I feel like the, I guess, normal difficulty, or the difficulty that you're supposed to play at, is without any kind of summons. Though on certain bosses, that could be debated as well. And, well, this way, I mean, this is not a fun fight. I don't necessarily mind it because I've been playing the game for a very long time and I want to see, more stuff. So, I'm not necessarily inclined to spend hours on single bosses or something. But, yeah, I mean, the fact that, especially as a spell user, summoning D just completely trivializes this fight. I mean, what exactly is the point here, right? Why are these summons even in-game? I get that something like the online play could be... But even then, I mean, Monster Hunter, for example. Yes, Monster Hunter is easier when you play it with other people, obviously. But at the same time, at least they do sort of upgrade health bars and stuff when you play with other people, right? So the game is specifically built around either solo play or group play. And I would say that in Monster Hunter, it's also not perfectly balanced, right? Playing with 4 people obviously is a lot easier than playing alone, only with your Palico or something in Monster Hunter World. Yet, it still felt like they were distinct from one another, yet not necessarily, vastly different in difficulty. And I think the same thing should be happening here. Honestly, the fact that people are saying, oh, summons are just easy mode, they're there if you can't kill the boss on your own, no. No. The summons work the way they do because FromSoft is too lazy to properly implement AI into their game. And I'm sorry I have to say that, but that's just the case. Because these summons, they serve no purpose whatsoever. They're not easy mode. That's not what these summons are. And there's a bunch of arguments for why it's not easy mode as well, because, I mean, depending on your build, for example, it can be easier, but it also can change absolutely or almost nothing about the difficulty of an encounter. And then there are, depending on the AI of the enemy, depending on their attacks as well, sometimes having a summon there doesn't even really give you that much advantage overall. So, yeah, I don't want to get into all of those arguments right now. It's just very, very clear to me that either put the summons in the game, but make enemies actually capable of dealing with multiple enemies or with multiple targets, in this case the player and the summon, or just remove them from the game altogether. You can keep in the online mode if you want to, but remove single player summons because, yeah, it's just kind of dumb that it's just accepted. Oh yeah, sure, if you want to play the game on quote-unquote normal difficulty, then you just don't summon. Duh. No. If something like that exists in the game, I am going to use it on my first playthrough, and I'm expecting the game to be able to handle me using what the game is giving me in terms of options. And I'm expecting the game to be balanced around everything and anything that I'm potentially using. both in terms of my build, in terms of my weapons and spells and whatever, and also in terms of what kind of summons I might potentially use, if they are in the game. And yeah, honestly, at this point, this game is just probably one of the... Well, no, actually not. It's still not that badly balanced. Other open world RPGs are way worse. The Elder Scrolls, for example. The Elder Scrolls is honestly even lazier in their balancing. In the Elder Scrolls, at least in Skyrim, there are entire skill trees, which have never been even looked at by anyone other than the person who designed them, probably. And you see that, right? Somebody who's even played just a few hours of Skyrim will immediately see that there are like one or two skill trees that are entirely unnecessary and unusable for the player. And it's honestly pretty sad that that's the case. And how something can even... Because you don't even need QA for that. That's the saddest part, right? You don't even need a QA team for that. Because anybody of the development team who's testing anything in the game would have immediately seen that those skill trees are just worthless. And that they should be changed. And yet they somehow didn't do that. So you're really left wondering how they even made it into the game. But yeah, the AI and the balancing issues in Elden Ring are coming close to that, to be completely honest. Okay, before I return to the entrance, though, I do want to look at what I got in this particular case. It's just, well, I don't even necessarily have a problem. It's still an open world RPG, right? I don't even necessarily have a problem with an unbalanced game in the case of Elden Ring. I don't really care about games being entirely balanced. That's not necessarily an issue that I have. It's more that in the case of Elden Ring, you know, in the case of Skyrim or Elder Scrolls in general, you have a lot of other stuff that is also interesting, right? You have interesting crafting, at least in my opinion it was pretty interesting. You have interesting skills and upgrade trees. I mean, even though a couple of them are completely worthless, they're still interesting for the most part. The gameplay is okay, but the stories are pretty good. There's a lot of really, really cool quests in there, cool NPCs, you know, cool places to explore, all that kind of stuff. Elden Ring doesn't really have most of that. Right, Elden Ring sorely lacks in like storytelling. It sorely lacks in just in general NPCs and interesting quests. It lacks quests. It just doesn't have them for the most part, right? And so gameplay is really where Elden Ring shines, or where the FromSoft games in general shine a lot compared to other, well, RPGs, but compared to a lot of other games, really. And so it's, you know, anytime you encounter an unbalanced situation in Elden Ring, it's just going to feel a lot more or a lot worse compared to these other games because it's such an integral part of the FromSoft game experience, right? Oh well. Black knife print. On the night of the Black Knives, someone stole a fragment of death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and imbued its power into the assassin's daggers. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. Oh, that seems to be an interesting side quest, potentially. I did hear about the Night of Black Knives at some point. When was that exactly? Ah, shit, I still forgot to look at Rogier's dialogue that he gave me. Can't really seem to find that particular description right now. Let me just write it down again. I mean, I know that I didn't really know much about the Knight of the Black Knives. Knight of the Black Knives. So someone stole a fragment of death. Of death from Malekith. Somehow the name Malekith feels familiar, yet at the same time, not really. Malekith the Black Blade. I don't even really remember at what point I already heard about the Knight of the Black Knives. It might have been something that either Dee or Rogier mentioned at the Roundtable Hold, or it might have been at another... Assassin's daggers are imbued. Imbued with it. Evidence. Evidence is the black knife print. What was this assassin doing here, though, of all places? And then I think we got his weapon as well? Wait, was it a weapon? Maybe not? What was this? Oh, that was by the Ancestral Followers. Ah, okay, it is a talisman. Interesting. Assassin's Cerulean Dagger. An assassin's dagger, misshapen and stained in cerulean. Critical hits restore FP. What? This charm is modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Knight of Black Knives, those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. Oh, wait, what? Was the Knight of Black Knives when... Yeah, because I did remember... Okay. Now it makes sense again. So, somehow Deathroot and the Knight of Black Knives are connected, and the Knight of Black Knives was when the God of Death was killed, right? That huge thing that we found down in Stormvale. Okay, yeah, now I remember. Critical hits are when you backstab an enemy, right? And that restores FP? Interesting. What a very, very interesting talisman. I wonder if there's something similar with HP. Because that would be almost like a Bloodborne build, in a way. This is just more or less a normal chapel, though. Right? Not... I don't know, not anything too specific. Also, what an interesting decision to suddenly have two different bosses in these catacombs. Well, that's where they're called the Black Knife Catacombs. I completely forgot about their name as well. Huh. Okay, well, that's done then, I guess. Well, now I went this way, right? I could potentially return here and now go this way. Before I do, yeah, let's do that. But before I do that, let's get back to Gorang and give him the death root as well. Although maybe I should have. Oh, well, never mind. There's going to be more death root, I feel like. I mean, there has to be, right?
Feed me.
Bestial vitality. Why is that like a bestial incantation? Fills the body with bestial vigor, restoring HP over a period of time. Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Why is this a bestial incantation? That seems... Because it's a straight up heal spell, more or less, right? So just find it very interesting that somehow these beasts have this basic healing. Because you would think that the beasts maybe wouldn't have like healing spells? I mean, that seems very civilized, right? I mean, I do have the runes right now, so I'm just gonna buy them.
Always good to see you, son.
I can give the black knife print to him?
This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives?
Well, more or less.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. A group entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint. Half my body has been suffused with death. I'm certain it will help me see.
Okay, I hope this is not a bad idea.
Oh, still need something?
I hope he doesn't suddenly turn into one of them or something.
Did you need something?
Please keep an eye out for him. I like him. Interesting. So assassins were female soldiers? You said a bunch of other stuff. There's definitely more information about the Knight of Black Knives. So I think I actually need to go back through my VOD and take a look at what he actually said at some point to make sense of all of this. Because that, I mean, as far as we know currently, this Knight of Black Knives and the death of the first demigod was essentially what sparked the shattering. Although then again, you know, it might have happened either way. It's just that it needed some sort of well, what do you call that? Some sort of initial reason to happen, right? But potentially, as it's always in war, I feel like potentially these people were just probably looking for a reason to go to war with each other, right? So that was probably already decided, more or less. They just needed some sort of reason for it, some small thing that went wrong, and well, ultimately they found it in the death of the first demigod. But it is very interesting. It seems like a very central part of the story, and so yeah, I definitely want to go back and not only re-watch the dialogue of Rogier, but also I'm looking forward to see more about Dee and Rogier as well, and if they can find out more about all of this. Turtle still there? Yes. I'm still wondering how on earth I managed to suddenly fight this other guy in this church here. Oh, I was kind of confused because I thought there was a third one somewhere. Wait, that didn't... What? Well, he's an annoying one, isn't he? Interesting that he doesn't get staggered by my attacks. I mean, he's got a bunch more HP compared to the other ones, yet at the same time... I don't know. Feels like I staggered him last time. But then again, maybe I just misremember that. Is this the actual path that I need to go? It's very interesting because these vertical stone patterns here, they look very, very different on the map, actually, compared to, well, in reality, I guess. You saw that? You serious? I'm so confused by these guys. The fact that they... Because either way, it's strange, right? No matter how you look at it, if they're sort of just beasts or beings that exist here, like any other being, why then are there blue spirits of them down in the Siofra River? And if that's not the case, right, if they are some sort of ancestral spirit, then why the hell would they exist as actual living beings here? Okay, evading these arrows is going to be very, very annoying indeed. Because they shoot at you from quite a distance. How the hell am I even supposed to get up there? I guess I can just walk around here. It is somewhat annoying that the only really difficult enemies here are the ones that can shoot arrows at you. What? These things can jump? Okay. Okay. Sure. I don't know why. But... okay, I guess. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Why? And yeah, the fact that... oh, another one of those fur coats. Cool. But the fact that these statues as well, right? That they exist both here and down in the Einsel River. You think that I can just hit him from here? Oh, seriously? Okay. A second one? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so that's where it came from. I just need to make sure... oh, there's actually another side of grace here. Huh. Interesting. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not really missing anything, but... I mean... I don't know. The rocks seem to be on the map, yet the way the map looks... I don't know. It just doesn't feel entirely... like the actual world. Also, why? What were you doing down there? Why weren't you shooting at me before? I don't think I was even crouching when I went up here. Or was I? Huh. I mean, overall, I do like the aesthetic of this place. With the high rocks and everything, just, I don't know, feels different. just as always, I wish that I would know more. I would just like to know more about, well, not only these guys or like these creatures here, but also about why these statues are existing here all of a sudden. There's also a bunch of them. It's not just one. And these white pillars, I think they're also the same as the ones that we saw, for example, where you find the moose for the first time. Frenzy Flamestone. What is that doing here? So that path was where I just went, essentially, right? I walked more on the outside, but yeah. Uses FP to continuously heal Chaos followers. Wait. Ruined Fragment blessed with an incantation of the Three Fingers. Uses FP to generate warmth, continuously restoring the HP of those who host the frenzied flame. Confers madness upon those who have not adopted the flame. Take care not to mistake this for its gentler cousin. So it's essentially the same as the Warming Stone. So you could potentially use it if, I guess you're playing with other people, and they also use the Frenzied Flame. If everybody uses it, you can use these stones. Certainly a very interesting item. I hope I'm not really overlooking anything here. Navigating between these stones is actually a bit harder than I thought. I mean, I kind of know where I am and where I already looked, but yeah, I'm just hoping that I don't necessarily miss anything. So, one thing that I wanted to go back to, though, is it was this map, the knife print clue. This map, it was given to me by Thea. A clue to the whereabouts of a black knife print. Right, wasn't I... I completely forgot about that. Wasn't I talking with Thea about Dee and Rogier? She was talking about Rogier, actually, right? I think she was lamenting his state, and she was talking about how he got worse and worse, and he... Well, I mean, we can see that, right? But apparently, you know, she consoled him as well, and she was just letting us know that Rogier is, you know, struggling. That there's something going on with him. And, well, I mean, the fact that there's something going on with him is quite plain to see, but yeah. And so that's why, now I get it. Sophia gave us this map because she thought that maybe this black knife print would help Rogier, right? How did she know that, though? Wait, she's also... Ooh. Well, if there's one NPC, a friendly NPC, that is connected to death, it would most certainly be Thea, right? Now that I think about it. That is actually... And also, now that we know that the assassins are supposed to be all female soldiers, I wonder if Thea maybe at one point were still potentially is the leader of these Black Knife assassins. Very, very interesting. I don't necessarily know what kind of implication that would have, though. I mean, at least as of now, I don't think that these assassins have ever really tried to find us or kill us or anything. But why? Well, if that was still sort of part of her, or if she was still, I guess, at the top of the Assassin's Order or something, why would she then essentially give up one of her agents? I do hope we find out more about that, though. That seems like a very, very cool... The whole Rogier part and Deathroot and everything seems like it could potentially be a very, very cool storyline. Especially if Fia is involved as well. Because finally, these are things that sort of connect everything, right? Wow. I kind of don't really want to hurt these guys. But I guess I have to. Okay, I don't know why that hit me, but okay. Doesn't actually have that much on it. Okay. Ooh. Hello. That was closer than I thought. So they stayed down, right? I think the other one that I already brought down on the Weeping Peninsula also stayed down. I was just not really sure what their purpose was, right? Because I think whatever you can do with these, I never really found out what that was somehow. There's really a lot of these statues here. Well, let's see. I mean, maybe we get lucky and actually find out what these things are about. What happened to the texture on the door? Okay. Well, from the inside it looks more or less the same. Some remembrance duplication. Oh. 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 Wait, remembrances are those boss souls, essentially, right? I completely forgot that that's what they are. Well, the first time that I found the mausoleum, I think that was before I killed a boss that actually gave me a remembrance, because I think Margit doesn't give you one, right? Margit doesn't give you an actual remembrance. The only two bosses that have done that so far, I think, are Renala and Godric. And I completely forgot that I just, the only thing that I remembered about the first mausoleum that I brought down was, oh yeah, there was something that I I didn't have at the time, and so I didn't really think about it anymore. But yeah, so you can duplicate remembrances, but... Well, I guess the purpose of that would be to get all the boss weapons, right, in one playthrough. Seems like, which that's pretty cool. I do wonder how it works, though. I mean, that must also take runes in order to create them, right? Because otherwise, wouldn't you be able to use the remembrances to acquire more runes? Well, fuck. I need to remember that. I need to remember about the remembrances in order to be able to duplicate remembrances. Okay. Let's just do that. I'm too lazy to sneak up on them. And the AI is still confused whenever you kill one of them from a distance. There is an item there. Interesting. So that's the forest here. That's the lake I was just at, right? It's very, very interesting that this place is essentially linear to a degree. It's not entirely, I think, because I could go that way as well instead of looping around here. But for the most part, there is like a specific path that you can follow here. Sometimes splits up into multiple paths, but very clearly guides you into one specific direction. Yeah, I wonder how that works with the remembrances. Maybe there is an item that can duplicate them or something? I have to jump down here though. And I hear something. What am I hearing? Is that a bear, or is it something else? Well then, if I have to jump down here, I think I'm actually going to go up first. And then back down? Because if I jump down here, I won't be able to get back up, right? So let's loop around. Well, doesn't that mean that all these mausoleums serve the same purpose, though? Why do different ones even exist at that point? Or do you have to go to a specific one in order to duplicate a specific remembrance? Another site of grace. Didn't actually expect that, to be honest. Mausoleum compound. Ruined labyrinth. Ruined labyrinth? What a strange name. Because that sort of implies that it was an actual labyrinth at some point, right? But I don't think it was. It's just... I guess it was named that because it... To a degree, it kind of looks like one. Or, it doesn't look like one. It you can traverse it like one. It's so funny to me that these things jump up. that was a bit too early. Oh, that's it? Okay. I mean, they seem so special though, right? The first time I saw one of these, I thought that they were going to be, I don't know. Well, they are sort of special enemies. It's just that I thought that they might unlock something specific, or that there would be something that you had to collect with every one of them. Right? Yet that's not actually really the case. They all seem to be more or less the exact same thing, just at different locations, I guess, for some reason. I don't really know what to make of that, to be completely honest. I mean, what would be the point? A somber smithing stone. Okay, so from this angle, I can definitely see a bunch of things that I still need to do, because this entire land I essentially haven't really been to. I'm also really interested in whatever that castle is over there, because I don't think we've really heard any kind of information about it so far. Whereas everything else, whether it be the Academy or Stormvale, even the Castle Morn, usually you sort of get a heads up about, you know, important places like that. Because it looks pretty big, right? This area right here in front of me isn't going to be too interesting, I feel like, because it's just, well, what once was a functioning path from the Academy to the capital, I'd imagine. What is going to be interesting, though, is to see where the game sort of leads you. Because just with this area as well, right, even though the game is open world, I'm still, you know, yes, it is an open world, but I guess the way I would describe it is that, you know, when you have an open world like The Witcher or Skyrim or whatever, right? Your typical open world, even GTA. Your typical open world whatever thing. Right? Usually, I think you would sort of say that, well, it's one world, right? And yeah, there might be, I don't know, buildings in GTA that you can go into or whatever. Something like that. Usually the way it's built up, though, is that well, it's just one open world. And here in Elden Ring, it feels like it's more. It's almost as if they just took your typical. What kind of bell is ringing? Why is there a bell ringing? Oh, I guess it's just that mausoleum. Oh, right. The two up here didn't have a bell. Huh. I wonder why that is. But yeah, to get back to what I wanted to say, it feels like Elden Ring is almost just your typical FromSoft game, and then sort of stitched together into an open world. Not necessarily usual open world. And I'm not saying that in any kind of, bad way. I think it's actually pretty cool how they managed to do that. And it works quite well for the most part. It has a certain, a couple of problems, especially since some of the sort of in-between sections sometimes feel a bit, uninteresting or samey. So maybe they could have done a bit more with that in general, but overall I feel like it is quite interesting. I feel like they've done... it's just very, very interesting, right? Because it's very unique, and that's a good thing. It's very unique in the way that it's a FromSoft game that has been, built to be an open world. It's not copying any other open world game, and I think that's a very good thing. How the hell? Did he just kill one of the poor sheep? Oh, for fuck. I hate how long it takes to activate that. That is so unnecessary. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. I really, really wish... And of course I lost my Great Rune. I completely forgot about that. I should have just run away, to be honest. Yeah, that was kind of unnecessary, wasn't it? Oh well. Also, I didn't actually... I thought it was further away from the actual cliffside. Oh well. It doesn't really matter. I just wish that item consumption would be a lot faster. I feel like it's unnecessarily slow. For whatever reason. It doesn't really correspond to the speed with which your enemies attack you. And so it just kind of feels out of place. Right? The item consumption feels like it's still sort of... How did that damage my... What? Oh, whatever. The item consumption still feels like it's sort of stuck in its Dark Souls days, right? Whereas everything else... Where the fuck are my runes? Why would they be here? Oh well. Whereas everything else has sort of moved on, right? I would actually be interested in seeing comparisons with that. Like, what is the sort of item consumption speed in Sekiro and Bloodborne compared to Elden Ring? I wonder if anybody has already looked at that. I mean, probably, but... And that's literally it. You just go here, there's an arteria leaf, and a bear that can potentially kill you. And that's it. Well, that's... unfortunate that I wasted a rune arc for this, but... okay. I'm kind of wondering why the... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the big bears, I get that they're supposed to be threatening. I don't really get why they have to have, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 HP when one hit only deals 200 damage. What is up with that? Because it's also, like, I can kill, or I was able to kill the small bears, which aren't that small. They're still, you know, threatening bears, I would say. I mean, if I would see them in real life, I would certainly try and run away, although I think that's not really what you're supposed to do, but whatever. I can kill them in 2 hits, right? So you would think that one of the big bears, if you can kill the small ones in 2 hits, you'd think that the big ones maybe take, I don't know, let's say 8 hits, or, well, maybe even 12. You wouldn't think that they suddenly take, what, 30? Or even more hits to be killed? That just seems completely unnecessary. Also, this mausoleum changed its place, right? So these guys are doing their weird ritual again, and then now we have some sort of castle ruin? Wall ruin? It's going to be interesting. Also, the sound effect on that is interesting as well. Oh, you heard me. Right? Their footstep? To me, I feel like it should be a lot more, what would be the word? Like, it sounds way too lightweight, right? Well, not necessarily too lightweight, but just not impactful enough compared to all the other sound effects in the game. Okay, well that's just a scarab to fill up my blue. Wait, so they seem to be praying to the Earth Tree, though. Interesting. Seriously. If that's praying what they're doing. I mean, it's very hard to tell, but yeah. Minor Earth Tree, okay. It's so weird that you can't do that while you're crouched. How should I approach this? I just shouldn't use up all of my FP, right? Because not only do I still need it to summon, I also need it because I potentially want to do this with fire. Never mind though. I probably, yeah, I should craft these things. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense instead of using my FP for that. It's actually quite cool that they drop these arrows, right? Because they're not that bad, I think. Okay. I think let's just go in at this point. Doesn't even seem to be interested in my spirit summon for some awkward reason. God, I still think there are so many weird things. I swear I shouldn't have been hit by a couple of these things that just happened. And then, it doesn't even let you heal for some reason. Ooh. Sort of got lucky that it all hit my spirit. Oh well. Bye-bye. Magic Shrouding Cracked Tier. Lightning Shrouding and Holy Shrouding. Okay, so that's going to increase my damage negation against those types of damage, I think. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. I honestly think that it would be a lot more interesting if you could upgrade the uses of your Flask of Wondrous Physique. Or rather, now that I think about it, instead of giving you your typical Estus Flask, right? From the very beginning of the game, they should have just given you 2 different flasks, and you can decide what to put in them. I feel like that would have been much more interesting. And since the game isn't balanced anyway, it wouldn't have mattered, right? Huh. Okay, let's see. I think I'm pretty spot on with what I just said, right? Boosts magic attack. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so it boosts your attack power. It doesn't increase damage negation. Huh. Well, I mean, that's not bad. Not necessarily that good either. Kind of depends. Usually these kinds of damage increases aren't necessarily that strong. Well, as I said, right, the biggest problem with the Flask of Wondrous Physique is that they decided to only give you 1, which makes whatever you put in it a bit, well, just not that good, right? You can't really rely on it too much. I mean, obviously, technically I should probably just test how much it actually gives you in terms of attack increase. Because it could be, like, if you can find an opening with an opponent where you can deal a bunch of magic damage, for example, increasing that damage might be a good idea, right? Well, yeah, it might be. But yeah, that's why at least so far, I've only really gone for either FP or HP restoration in combination with the shield, right? Because it honestly felt like those were the only things sort of worth putting into it, because those were the only, like, they're very, very close. They're essentially, another half charge of your normal flasks. And so it felt like that kind of worked to me. Whereas, any of the other functions, if you only have 1 charge of it, I don't really know how useful that would be, to be quite honest. Also, is it impossible to continue here? Because it feels like it. Huh. Doesn't look that high, but it's definitely not reachable. That is interesting. So you can't actually go further up than this. You can from here, though. Okay. Well. Okay, that means that I've mostly done everything here right now. I still need... There was this other mausoleum down here, so I think I'm actually going to check out whatever I'm missing in the swamp down here. And I'm going to look whether or not there might be a cave or something still there as well. Yeah, and then I guess I have to return here. I wonder if... It doesn't necessarily look like this river leads to anywhere specific, right? It probably ends here and then, well, there might be a cave of some sort. I wonder how the hell you're supposed to get up on this plateau. Or do I want to check out this way first? But that feels like it's leading towards the next sort of... although then again... Okay. Wait a second. Let's actually do something different. So I want to check out the area down here first. This area. Then I'm going to check out the upper area and go back here so that I've actually done everything here as well. And then I'm going to go... So what... That I actually work my way sort of east to west, I think. But before I do that, I'm actually going to take a very small break. Because I need to look at Discord for a second, and I also need to get something to drink as well. So let's just... Even though it's raining, let's do this. Gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Good. So, let's go back. I think it's gonna be enough if I go here. I have a feeling the only thing that I'm really missing down there in the swamp is probably that one mausoleum. I'm actually quite positive that I was already over here. I definitely already looked at that small tower there. And I also think... Well, I wasn't here. Who the hell are you? Oh, you're just one of these. That stuff is so weird, right? Because it's not even really dealing damage all that much. It's just sort of annoying. Pretty positive that I didn't necessarily miss anything here. I mean, there could always be another cave entrance or something, but honestly, if I'm missing like one or two in any given area, then it's not that big of a deal. Oh, that looks interesting. What is this small? Or it's just... hole. Yeah, indeed. I thought it was some sort of special cave, but no, it's just a gap in between the stones. For some reason. Why is there one red jellyfish, though? Or it's actually more than one. Are they just, like, watching over the arteria leaves, or, Sometimes I'm just a bit confused why they're red all of a sudden. They also turn back blue sometimes, right? And it doesn't really look like they're even... Aren't they usually only at places with gravestones? Okay, so that's where the mausoleum is. I just want to make a quick check on whether or not I haven't forgotten anything here that might be close to the academy, though. I think I already was pretty much below the bridge. Though there might also be something interesting potentially here below this sort of entrance staircase, I guess. Bunch of these crystal dudes here. I'm just wondering whether or not this leads anywhere interesting. I don't necessarily think that it would be the case, right? I mean, yes, there's enemies here, but... Why? What the hell is that thing doing down here? That it fell off the academy at some point. Huh. And it's just a dead end. Very strange. I still wish... Well, I guess you can use spells from horseback, right? It's just that you actually need to switch. So I would need to put the staff here, I guess. That works, right? Yeah. It's just a bit annoying. I mean, this certainly makes horseback combat easier if you can hit your foes like that, even though, well, in this case it was also a bit annoying because sometimes it just wouldn't track the enemy. It's just like such an unnecessary thing to have to swap your gear. When you're doing this. Oh well. Okay. Seems like there isn't actually anything interesting here. Huh. Do you see all the gravestones? Like, from this angle above the mausoleum? So you can actually jump down there as well. I can also take the teleporter from the academy, though. Interesting. So you definitely don't have to access the capital in order to proceed. The academy. Oh, there's one of these. Huh. And this mausoleum also once again has the headless people next to it for some reason. So these guys... Seriously. Well, this is not annoying at all. Okay, let's just deal with them properly. I feel like this is just going to be... Yeah. Oh, right, I think they actually also stay around in a way, right? Why? Why does the one person that I'm going towards, that I want to actually engage in melee combat with, why do they suddenly start drawing their crossbow again? Yeah, sure, make this as annoying as possible, because we wouldn't want our player to have fun actually fighting these guys. Of course, we just implement like 1,000 people shooting arrows at you instead of fighting you properly. And then also they stagger their arrows in a way where you can't even really properly fight them. Finally, fucking hell. Why the fuck are those two guys even still attacking me? Are you kidding me? Also, whoever came up with the idea at FromSoft that arrows need to track you is, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I mean, if you give slight tracking to the player to, I don't know, make it less frustrating to hit enemies or something, you know, that's one thing. I mean, obviously you could argue that that's a bit of an easy mode or something, which, yeah, arguably it might be. I mean, you don't have to do that, right? I'm not saying that they should implement that, which I think it is actually implemented, right? I think the players' bolts pretty much work the same, don't they? And, you know, as if this wasn't already annoying enough, they also just disappear after every hit you deal to them. And I'm already using quite a fast weapon. Are you... They drop smithing stones? Or I guess they can drop smithing stones? Why? Or was that smithing stone something that was just lying around here somewhere? What? Praise the bug? What kind of bug? Am I... I hope this thing is not actually buggy. Wait, do I need to do something else? Do I actually need to defeat all of the headless guys in order to make the the crystals on the legs spawn in. Well, that's the cave that the silver thing, the silver tree thing, staff, whatever it is pointing towards. Well, I mean, there's definitely more of these guys around, so I guess I just need to deal with them as well. I actually don't know if this is how it's supposed to work. Do you have to kill all of these spirits in order to make the these crystals on the legs of the whole thing appear? Can you stop with the crossbow, for fuck's sake? Do they have to disappear after every hit? Like, seriously. Is that really necessary? I actually hit all three of them. Do they have to make these attacks stagger so much? Another one of these weird guys sitting on their chairs. I'm pretty sure though that this is actually all of them. And there is a wind current here as well. So... do they want you to just jump up onto it? I don't think you can actually do that from down here though, right? I hate it so much that you're not able to... Well, I guess, to be honest, that's just... I mean, that's what it's there for, supposedly. Eventually, maybe. It just go up and go back down. I think you're actually meant to jump on top of it from here. Oh yeah, doesn't it look like the crystal's actually on top of it rather than at its feet? Wait! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I hate this so much. And now I wasted another one of my rune arcs, of course, for this stupid thing that should have worked. Why the fuck did I even... Why did I even kill all of the damn dumb spirits? If that's not even how it works. Does the game just not let you get on top of it? if it's still alive, because if so, that would be really, really dumb. I think maybe it was just the wrong spot or something. Oh. But wait, it's not even... Now it's not even standing close to the wall. So yeah, I think I actually did something I wasn't meant to do, potentially. Is this thing buggy? I hope it's not, because that would be very disappointing. By the way, is there like a site of grace here somewhere? Meh. These statues actually look very interesting. Oh yeah, there is. We've seen these statues before, though. I just don't... Have we seen those? With the big double-sided lens or whatever it is? Well, at least this way it will be easier to go back here. Where the fuck is this pointing, though? Huh? Are they both pointing in the same direction? No, but this one's pointing here. I think this one's pointing towards this castle or whatever it is. And this one is probably pointing towards whatever else there might be here. Okay, I feel like I'm missing something with that mausoleum down there.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
It's so weird how she pronounces fingers.
Oh, what a pity it is to be without the right. All you can do is stand at a loss, without even the half-crescents that wish to be whole. Before the unmoving, unfeeling grand lift ahead. Or are you planning to throw yourself to the waters? To find the coward's passage through the dim cavern?
Oh, okay. I think she's just gonna repeat what she just said, right? Yeah. Well, okay, so she's just essentially telling us what we already know, which is that we need the other half of that medallion thing in order to activate the lift, which I think this round thing here on the map is probably going to be that lift. Apparently, though, there is also another passage that you can take. Interesting. I wonder if the passage is down here in the river. Maybe I should actually check out the river last, instead of now. First of all, though, I have to find out how the fuck you're supposed to deal with this mausoleum here. God, I hate this so much. Why the fuck can you get stuck on rocks on the floor? Also, is there another cave here? I don't think there is. No. Interestingly enough, it's always moving back here. Okay, you can jump on top of it. Yeah, otherwise I would have been really confused, because this is clearly how you're meant to do it, right? So, instead of cleaning up at its feet, in this case, you're cleaning up at the top. Also, now this kind of makes me wonder are these things maybe sort of, well, I wouldn't necessarily say crying out for help, but certainly it feels like they are sort of, they want this to happen, right? What? That was weird. Okay, sure, I guess. But its purpose will be the exact same, I'd imagine. I think, I don't know, either I was just slightly too high. I mean, clearly oh. Wait. Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Why was I not able to... Were the other two mausoleums not properly sort of quote-unquote activated? Or was it maybe because my grade rune was active? Are you only able to duplicate them if your grade rune isn't active? What? Okay, so you can use every mausoleum once, is that what I'm getting here? And now I just have this again. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no idea what's up with the other two mausoleums then. Maybe they are not... I mean, they didn't have a bell at their bottom, right? So maybe that's why? Well, at least this makes a lot more sense then. So you can duplicate these things, or you can use every mausoleum once, I guess, to duplicate something. Okay. Well, that's neat. It's a bit underwhelming, especially considering how difficult to fulfill the stat requirements it is, with the boss weapons and everything. Where is the, because I have a feeling, where's this dumb silver tree thing? Why is it always that you find the caves before these trees? Where the fuck is it? Am I blind? Wasn't it here somewhere? Are you kidding me? You can see the cave. Where the hell was the silver tree? Or branch, or where the fuck it is. Yeah, I don't want to fight you guys. Oh, there it is. This guy's gonna lead me to the mine anyways, isn't he? Yeah. Pretty sure he will. Can you please move more quickly? Well, I mean, the mausoleums are a neat idea, I guess. Yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate that most of the boss weapons actually have stat requirements that makes it very unnecessary to actually duplicate their remembrances. Means I guess I have to go back to the other mausoleum then on the Weeping Peninsula. so that I can duplicate one more. Just to actually use it. This is so unnecessary. It's so much easier to just find the cave on your own, rather than having these silver branches somewhere. I guess they did it because it's such a large area here. It's basically a giant cliff face, right? With only one cave in it. So they probably thought that they just wanted to give players another opportunity to realize that there actually is a cave here. But I don't know. I still think these things are completely unnecessary. Okay. Another mine. Bit of cracked crystal. The site of grace is there, so I'm just wondering whether or not I maybe overlooked places I could have jumped to. I mean, there are places you can jump. Aha! There's definitely like a side entrance over there. Let's grab the site of grace first, though. Though I think that might actually be, you know, just a place for additional materials or something. Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel. Okay. So this is at least one of the mining tunnels that they had in order to acquire crystals for the academy. Okay, so there's two places you can jump down towards. And I think you actually want to do that without the elevator. Let's send this down. Yeah, this is just to acquire a couple more materials. I still haven't really found anything that I could even use these cracked crystals on, right? At least I don't think I have any kind of recipe or any kind of other use for them. At least I don't think I do. Okay, let's take a look then, shall we? I think they are actually, at least in the past, they were quite weak to fire, weren't they? Yes, they are. How interesting. They still have some sort of shrine here. Somber smithing stone. In this case, the message "try back" is actually not a perverted message, but an actual helpful one. Not that you'd really need it. I mean, it's pretty obvious that there is something behind it, but I love how everybody's just trying to hit these things to see whether or not it's a hidden wall or a hidden path, I mean. Try fire. I'm already doing that, but thanks for the heads up. This place actually reminds me a lot of the cave in Caelid, doesn't it? Wow, holy fuck, this place is deep. I actually need to look at my inventory again. So the cracked crystals, there are no normal upgrade materials. They're crafting materials, right? They're down here. And I think I can... Do I have something that I can craft with them? Yeah, the Kaku glintstones? Though they, unfortunately, aren't really that good. And crystal darts. But they use FP, which is... well, not that great, huh? Thin beast bones. I probably should craft some bone darts at some point. So these inflict magic damage, right? Yes. Magic, fire, poison, blood loss. I think the magical... I'm just gonna try and craft these for a change. Okay. Can't mind that. Smithing stones. I need a somber smithing stone 4, correct? In order to upgrade my scythe. Kind of scary. Fucking kidding me? Holy shit, does it always have to be this? Fucking hell. Well, at least I've seen the boss. You're just dropping straight down to where the boss is. That is interesting. I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, nobody saw that. Yeah, I pressed the crouching button instead of the running button. So yeah, that's on me in this case. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. Fuck. Hopefully I can actually get my things back. Wait. So oh yeah, right. The cracked crystals are crafting materials, right? So they respawn, but the smithing stuff does not. Which I still think is something I would have liked to see change. I think that the smithing materials should also respawn, because you'd still have to go back through these caves, right? It's not as if they would be completely free to get. So I honestly think that would actually be quite a fun way to what's the word? That would be quite a fun way to fuck, what the fuck do I want to say? It would be a fun way to grind upgrade materials this way. Oh, for fuck's sake, I knew that would happen. Why? Why? I lost fuck! I lost an entire level there! Just for one item at the end that is probably worthless anyway. Oh, how I hate the fact that they... Why do you still lose runes upon death? That is such an unnecessary mechanic. Especially since the only place you ever lose them is Digger's Staff. Oh, nice. The only place you ever lose runes is in these particular cases, right? That's the only place you ever lose them. You never, ever lose a significant amount of runes against, I don't know, bosses or something else. Because that simply doesn't happen. Because you always know when you're fighting a boss, and you must be, well, it's definitely on you if you lose a lot of runes with a boss fight. I mean, in this case, it's still on me. I think I just honestly didn't... What? I honestly just didn't expect there to be such a weird... such a weird section here that would require parkour in this way. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. It takes so long in this game to get 17,000 runes. Oh, well. Whatever. It happened. The fuck? Oh, right. I wanted to take a look at the... Is that a staff that they dropped? It is. 120 sorcery scaling. Which one's the other normal one? Boost Stone Digger sorcery. Whatever that is. Staff of a sorcerer miner who extracts glintstone from crystal tunnels. The staff itself is a tool used to mine, and the ferrule is also embedded with a glintstone. Boosts the power of Stone Digger sorceries. Do I even have Stone Digger sorceries? I don't think I do, to be honest. Also, I probably should have just equipped the cat medallion. Maybe I could have saved my runes that way. Oh, for fuck's sake. All my precious 17,000 runes. And it wasn't even necessary to sprint there. All of that for somber smithing stone that I already have a bunch of. Oh well. Shit happens. I mean, yeah, I know that that's a mechanic of this game, right? Where you can lose the runes. It's just... yeah. I think that's sort of a remnant of the past. It's probably just in the game because people would complain, even though they have no idea how to properly balance games, and people would complain, "Oh, you made the game easier because now you just keep your runes upon death. There is no punishing mechanic anymore for dying." Well, yeah, there isn't. The game doesn't have any kind of punishing mechanics for dying. It literally doesn't have any. So, yeah. It's completely unnecessary. It's just annoying. It's not punishing, it's just annoying. Well, he didn't really care about his friend, huh? Also, it's actually kind of unfortunate that this way you can already see who the boss is in this area. Which is interesting. Oh, who the hell are you? Wait, did I have a feeling I missed something, but no. It's the only path that you can actually take. Who the hell are you? Some kind of sorcerer, maybe? Is my lamp still on? No. It was not. I hope that I can find a somber smithing stone for. That would definitely make this cave worth it. I mean, I do have to say that the mines so far are probably kind of my favorite dungeon, cave, whatever thing in this game. Purely because they just reward you with a ton of materials normally. So it's just a lot of fun going through them, knowing that you get a bunch of upgrade materials within them. It's actually pretty cool. Okay, I was there already, I was there. It's just that in this case, obviously, the cracked crystals are a bit underwhelming in terms of materials. Okay. Okay, once again, other places to jump to. But before I try that, I probably want to unlock the other elevator, if that's something that we can do here. Yeah, it's... Is it that? I think it must be, right? Oh, there's a bunch of these guys. Oh. Guess I'm just gonna do this. Bye. Also, I do have to say that I just, in general, like the design of these mines a lot, because they're honestly a lot more like your typical fantasy RPG cave setting, I guess. Because mines exist in a lot of RPGs, right? And while I do appreciate the uniqueness of FromSoft games for the most part, sometimes you're also missing more traditional RPG elements, in a way, where I think that they should actually embrace that a bit more, to be completely honest. So I do really like that. I mean, this is a very, very well-designed mine, right? It's a lot of fun to traverse, a lot of fun enemies, a lot of things that you can collect. Okay, so in this case, I think this is probably gonna... Yeah, looks like it works exactly like the other part. Does it only have this one side entrance? I thought I saw another one, but... Okay, I think this just leads to this item that I saw. Wait, does it? Maybe there was another one. Wasn't there an... Ah, there it is, okay. I see. 3. I need a 4! Shit. Ooh. Actually, kind of scary. Okay, so the boss enemy is definitely one of those crystal guys. Like the two that I already fought below the academy. I think in this case it's only one, but with like another weapon. Don't know what kind of weapon that is supposed to be. I probably... What the fuck are you doing here? Well, that's an enemy type that I did not expect to be down here. I guess it's because it's also belonging to the academy? Oh, hello. There's a bunch more of you guys. Can I deal with them this way? I can. Makes this whole thing a bit easier since I don't really want to use up all my FP. Liar. Somebody else put down a fake wall thing, path. What is that thing doing? I guess they also have puppets that are potentially transporting these crystals? Bye. Other one doesn't even care. Huh. Oh, hi. Should have known that there was another one. At least it made a very, very, a crystal knife. A very, very obvious sound. What is that arrow? That's way too big, isn't it? That's bigger than the puppet itself, or marionette, whatever it's called. A knife. A knife made by sharpening hard crystal, signature weapon of glintstone miners. Use this tool to extract glintstone from broken rock, and as such, a faint magic enwreathes the blade. Okay. Kind of a cool weapon, yet also kind of a very underwhelming dagger at this point. Well, I mean, the problem is, right, that they very, very early on introduce the whole mechanic with being able to change all of the affinities of your weapons and the things that they scale with, and also just being able to put magic damage on pretty much any weapon you want. And because of that, well, it's a bit, you know, finding actual magical weapons just doesn't really... Well, he's quick. Why is he so much quicker than everybody else? Huh. Weird. But yeah, the fact that you can make pretty much a magic weapon out of any weapon you want, except for the ones that already have magic in them, obviously, makes finding an actual magic weapon a lot less interesting, I feel like. Even though the crystal dagger looks pretty cool, I do have to admit that. Oh, there is another one of the... What is up with you? Why are there suddenly guys sprinting all over the place? Huh. Also, I thought I had more smoldering butterflies, to be completely honest. Not that I really need that much more, but... Huh. That was a very prolonged sound effect. Okay, 2 directions I can go in. Let's try this one first. Shatter Earth. That does sound promising. What is that? Shatter Earth. Thrust staff into ground to emit a shockwave. Imbues the ferrule of the caster's staff with magic, then thrusts it into the ground to create a magical shockwave. A stone digger sorcery used by the glintstone miners of the Crystal Tunnel. At the Academy, use of the sorcery was a stigma that marked out failed scholars. Ooh. So, failed scholars potentially... Failed scholars had to mine glintstone? Question mark? Because if you were capable of doing this magic, right, that suggested that you were a miner. So I suppose they, you know, the people that weren't good enough for the academy maybe were brought into the mines. I'm just confused as to why they look the way they look. So maybe... You know, in a way I would say that being... Or being exposed for a prolonged period of time to these crystals that they mine down here might change your body in a way where it later on looks like this, right? Where it looks like these rocks are, I don't know, right? Something in the crystal might change your body to look like this. But since most of the sorcerers of the Academy are also working with this glintstone, wouldn't they also be affected by that? I mean, even if they're not mining it, there's still very large quantities of these crystals in the academy itself and next to the scholars and the sorcerers that we've met there. So you'd think that they would potentially also be, you know, susceptible to problems with this, right? Okay. That just leads straight to the boss. And then there is another optional tunnel up there. Oh fuck, I want to get a Song of Smithing Stone 4. Well, hopefully the boss isn't going to be too much of a problem. Actually, I wonder how well fire works on them as well, considering that it works very well on all the other guys down here. The fact that these elevator shafts always look the exact same is also somewhat unfortunate, but oh well. I guess it's not a big deal. Well, I should be able to summon, right? So I guess we'll do that first. Shouldn't be too much of a problem then, I hope. Okay. What? Huh? Wait, I wanted to try fire, right? Okay, fire is actually not doing much. Whoa! Okay, we need to break the... Ooh. That's not what I wanted. Okay, we already broke the crystal. Crystallian. Smithing stone minus bell bearing. A bell bearing? That's the first time that we've seen something like that. Crystallian. So I'm wondering, he was just straight up called a Crystallian. Which, we've heard a lot about the Crystallians, but I didn't think that these... I mean, because he looked like... I guess just a magical creature or something? So I'm a bit confused as to why this would be... I don't know, an actual person? Potentially? No crystal ahead. Yeah, it does look like one, though. I mean, it's a boss arena, so I expect there to be not that much in terms of... What the hell are you doing? Oh, I guess... Oh, he must have fell... Nah, he fell down from all the way at the top. These Crystallians are somewhat of a strange enemy, though, right? The fact that, well, you need to break that crystal, and as soon as you do that, you've pretty much won. Okay. Well. I'm honestly wondering why it was called a Crystallian. Because I thought these were just magical creatures, but then again, maybe that's sort of their end... their end form? Like, when they're exposed to crystal for a very, very long time, they then at some point just turn into these crystal beings, I guess? It must be something like that, right? Okay, let's look at the... So we got a bell bearing for the first time, apparently. Whatever that means. I'm also wondering where the hell it's supposed to be. Ah, it's all the way down here. Offer to Twin Maiden Husks for new item access. What the fuck? What? Now we get that? It's a bit too late for that, isn't it? The bell bearing of a miner who once dug for smithing stone offered to the Twin Maiden Husks at the Round Table Hall to gain access to the following items: Smithing Stone 1, Smithing Stone 2, and Glintstone Scrap. So now I can finally buy Smithing Stones 1 and 2, even though I technically need 3 and 4 right now. What? This should have been something that you... This should be able to be found in... in Limgrave. It makes no sense that this would be here. Well, at least now I know what a fucking bell bearing is. Well, at least I have it. So that's good, I guess. God, that is strange, though. That is so strange that they now finally give you something like this. Okay. Well, that completes this entire thing. So next is going to be this path, right? This pathway, and of course, whatever this upper section here was. And then I can't really continue anyway, so... I would then change over to here, I guess, and take a look at all of this. Okay, let me go back to the round table and give the bell bearing to the maidens. That is... Man, that is so strange, though. Anything happened to you?
Ah, hello. I was hoping to see you. My examination is complete. Here's the knife print back, with my thanks.
Oh, cool.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radigan and his first wife, Renala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint. Truly, you have my thanks. But if I might be so bold, I would like to ask something more of you. If Rani truly is the one who plotted that fateful night, then she should bear the curse mark of destined death somewhere upon her flesh. I would like you to procure it for me. And then all will be laid bare. I will have the answers I've sought for so long.
What? Are you kidding me? Rani is the one who... What? Oh, my fucking pen. Rani plotted... the Night of the Black Knives. Shit, he says so many interesting things, but he says them so quickly. He also said, like, so Rani? Did I get that straight? Well, okay. So that makes sense, right? Right. I didn't actually think about that while he was talking about it, but... So we know that Godfrey and Marika had offspring, which were the demigods, right? And so that's like, I mean, he mentioned that, right? It's Radahn, a couple more ones, Radahn, obviously Godric, basically the demigods that we need to kill, right? Those are the ones that are the offspring of Godfrey and Marika. Wait, is that right? Because what we don't really know is whether or not Marika still had children with... Yeah, that's actually... Because it was never really specifically mentioned... And I pointed that out a couple of times when I was thinking about it. So the demigods are Marika's offspring. That was mentioned. What we don't really know is which one of those children are also Godfrey's children, and which ones are also might have been from Radagon, right? The second Elden Lord. Which might also explain why they potentially had strife amongst themselves if they weren't fully... Because now we know, so Rani is Renala's daughter, right? So Rani, as far as we know currently, would be the only child from Radagon and Renala, right? And then Radagon left Renala and married Marika and became second Elden Lord. And but he mentioned that Radahn, for example, apparently was brother to Ranni, if I understood that correctly, which means that Radahn then should be an offspring of Radagon and Marika, and not Godfrey and Marika. So that's going to be interesting. I wonder. Hopefully they'll actually tell us at some point which ones of the demigods came from. So they're all children of Marika, obviously, but a couple of them apparently came from Radagon, and a couple of them came from Godfrey. And then Ranni is special because she is daughter of Radagon and Renala, which at that point, when those two were together, obviously none of them were connected to the golden lineage or whatever. Though, didn't he still say that Ranni is also a demigod of sorts? So then that also makes sense. So the Knight of Black Knives is essentially a revenge plot of, initiated by Ranni, probably to avenge her mother because she was left by Radagon. So that now seems to become the central sort of conflict of the game, right? And that is ultimately why the shattering happened, and ultimately why these demigod children fought each other. Though we still don't really know some key points, right? Why was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, banished from the Lands Between, right? Why did he essentially leave Marika? We also don't know why Radagon left Renala for Marika, currently, I think. We don't know who belongs to whom, right? We don't know what kind of demigods belong to Radagon and Marika compared to Godfrey and Marika. But we do know that Ranni must have plotted this. Now that's interesting.
I have some idea of Ranni's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rhea Lucaria.
Aha.
It is the familial home of the Carian royals from whom Ranni descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Ranni's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once. But I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
Aha! Well, now it also makes sense why the Guidance of Grace is leading us there. So we need to find Ranni next. That's the next goal that we have. That's pretty cool. This whole plot point, and I said this last time as well, I think, this whole plot point with the Academy is so much more interesting than everything that came before. Which makes me wonder why Limgrave doesn't really contain that much story at all. Right? Limgrave seems to be, well, it is some sort of a starting area, but at the same time it's so much. I feel like, well, you couldn't necessarily put the Academy as a starting area, but I feel like Stormvale doesn't really fit into Limgrave. Visually, yes, but yeah, this whole, I don't know, there would have been, Rogier should have already talked about this back when we first met him in Stormvale. The whole sort of reason why we even go to Stormvale should have at least been teased or mentioned prior to us going there, right? The fact that it's not just about Godric, but the whole shattering and this process of this death god being killed there by Ranni, apparently, or at least by her assassins, ultimately led to the shattering. All that kind of stuff is just sort of left out, right? the whole story, I mean, first of all, the Weeping Peninsula feels completely disconnected from anything else. I don't really know what that's about. And then Limgrave, yes, Limgrave, I think, is supposed to be somewhat of a starting area. Yet at the same time, it also contains a ton of, well, things that even to this point haven't really been properly mentioned again or explained or anything. Yet this central plot of the entire story apparently now properly unfolds when you visit the academy, but before that, nothing really happened. That's, I don't know, the pacing of the story is very, very poor. Which is why for the longest time I said that the game didn't even really have a story, but because there wasn't really anything story-like there at all. And now it's finally getting to somewhere interesting, and I really want to find out more about this. I want to find out more about Ranni. So that's why we need to go to that point, to that like northwestern structure castle that I saw from a distance. That's actually the Carrion royal family manor. Well, now I actually want to go there. I wonder what's up with Ranni. I also wonder, because ultimately, yes, we do fight Renala, but she now is, well, I wouldn't really call that an ally, but she, I guess, has accepted us to a degree, so, Okay, is he just going to repeat that?
Princess Ranni truly is the one who plotted that fateful night, then she should bear the curse mark of destined death somewhere upon her flesh. Would you be willing to procure it for me? She may have returned to the manor that is her home, the royal Carian residence to the north of the Academy of Raya Lucaria.
Bears the curse mark of destined death. Because now this also seems, the interesting part here is that all of this seems to be connected, right? I mean, the beast clergyman, for example, wants to eat deathroot for some reason. So clearly there's also other stuff going on that is related to this.
I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death?
I do.
The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order.
Okay. Those who live in death have done nothing wrong. Oops. Written live wrong, or whatever. Have done nothing wrong. They just happened to discover a flaw. They just discovered a flaw. A flaw in the Order. Okay. Whatever that means. Would have been interesting if he had elaborated on that potential flaw. I mean, it's very clear that any kind of almost religious-like, order, in this case, would have its flaws, right? And would have things that, when sort of very, very rigorously followed, probably creates issues in a lot of different ways, where maybe people are punished that didn't really do anything wrong, just because they very, very slightly deviated from whatever kind of general idea these people were following in terms of this grace religion surrounding the Earth Tree, right? So, yeah, it would have still been interesting what kind of flaw he's really talking about here.
Yes, indeed. If Dee knew what drives me now, he would surely boil over with rage.
Well,
perhaps he would even feel some pity.
He's not even sitting that far away.
None of that will come to pass. I can tell a good lie when I need to.
Okay. I wonder if I need to choose here at some point. Okay, I can't really talk to him about that. I wonder if we can choose to, I don't know, I guess either kill Rani or rescue her, potentially? Okay, let's go to the Husk Maidens and give them the bell bearing. Oh, they also sell 5 rune arcs. I didn't actually remember that. I think... Was it patches? I feel like some other person might also sell these things. 4,000 runes for 1. That's quite a lot, actually. So now I can pretty much upgrade every weapon to +6 if I wanted to. Which, yeah... Still a bit of a problem considering that my current weapon is, what, +11 or something? So it's a pretty big downgrade. Well, at least I could switch weapons if I wanted to. Why did it take so long for the game to get to this point, though? What a weird... I don't know. And this is just kind of random, that they're also selling the glintstone scraps now? What is that about exactly? Yeah, I don't know. In terms of these upgrade materials, that's just weird, isn't it? I really, really feel like at least sort of very, very shortly after Stormveil or something, you should have definitely been able to buy these. Well, let me see. So I need 25,153 runes.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms.
Let's just sell a bunch of stuff. Do we still have armor that I can sell? Well, definitely one of these. Do I want to keep all of these staffs at this point? Well, maybe. I guess. At least I could upgrade... But see, I mean, even the staff is at +9 right now, so... Upgrading the other one, I mean, I could do it. I could do it to +6 and see where it leads me, but I don't necessarily think it would do that much. I can definitely sell one of these. Well, sometimes it's a bit unfortunate when you sell stuff like this that is, you know... Although this is pretty... well, is it good? I don't really know. I wouldn't really use it anyways. Let's just get rid of the stuff that I know I wouldn't use. Ross's axe. It's actually a pretty small axe, by the way. Great spear, halberd. Yeah, well, I guess I'm gonna keep the rest for now. I should at least be able to buy the smithing stones 3. $260. Oh man. It's been a while since I sold them, huh? Definitely don't need that many. Yeah, let's also get rid of these. I can also sell this, I think. Even though it's a pretty cool item, from an idea standpoint, I don't really need it currently. Okay, what was it? 25,000 something? I could also just sell these, right? Since I can duplicate them. Feels like a bit of a waste, to be completely honest, but... 25... I think this actually works out pretty perfectly, doesn't it? Okay, I need 20 more. So... let's just sell 2 of these. What do I want to level anyways? Oh, right, yeah, I want to get Faith to 24 right now. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. Without the 17,000 runes that I lost, I would almost be there. Let me see, the Scythe is at +3, right? Because it requires the other, and it requires 24 Faith. It weighs a lot though, so I would need to think about my build or increase my stamina as well before I would be able to use it. Okay. Is there anything else? Oh, right. Since I duplicated the... other way. Since I duplicated the Remembrance... I could get the staff as well. Not that I really need it, but... well, you know, in this case, if you kind of know that you don't really need the items, I probably could have also just used them for runes. I don't really know. Also, let me very quickly go to the other mausoleum. I think that's the only other one that actually allows me to duplicate stuff. I don't really know why the other 2 ones actually don't allow me to do that. That seemed rather strange, to be honest. I mean, I know that they didn't have a bell, but... I mean, they still need to serve some kind of purpose, right? So... I was just kind of confused why they wouldn't let me copy these things. Why does it work anyway? So these mausoleums, I mean, were they used to bury demigods or something? Huh. Also, for some strange reason, I still seemingly don't have the item to free this lady, right? Wait, do I need to kill this thing, maybe? Oh, oops. Well, at least, hey! It's the first time I got that, I think. At least at this point, they're quite weak. What the? What even hit me? His weird forward momentum? He seems like that. Let there be wrath. Yeah, the problem is I still just don't know what to do with this lady. Armor of metal bands arranged in a lattice, worn by marionette soldiers, crafted to serve the sorcerers. The construction of this armor is remarkably crude, now rusted over and severely dented. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. Teacher ahead. I just find this so strange. I must have missed something here, right? Or I must have missed some special item or... Yeah, absolutely no idea. Because I thought for sure that at least at the academy or something I would have found whatever is needed in order to free her, but apparently that's not the case. I don't know, that is just really rather strange to me, honestly. Oh well. Let's go back to where I wanted to go. So, this is our next target then, the manor. I do want to go here first though, mainly because I want to check out this site area here. Oh, yeah, I should should actually travel there. Okay. Well, well, well. So this is how the academy was originally connected to the capital then. There is a message there, so there has to be a way to get onto this side of the bridge as well. I just think that there's probably not that much useful stuff here then, right? I mean, the other side of the bridge had a couple of interesting things, but I wonder how people actually went. Like, how do you get to that part? Oh well, it doesn't really matter all that much. Let's check out this mountain then. Hey, there's another one of these black riders. I should have probably Oh no, never mind. This is the +8 one. I completely forgot that I upgraded it. Well, this isn't going to be annoying at all. Did they have to put so many damn objects here? Well, he's already poisoned, I think. How? The first thing didn't even hit me for some awkward reason. Man, such fun when you just get stuck on the environment. Can you just... Of course it hit me. Especially, I'm just slightly confused as to why they would put somebody, especially with a weapon of that range here. That just seems kind of strange, right? Because why would you do that? I mean, why would you put somebody with such a big weapon in such an enclosed space? Such fun. Wow, cool. Giant Hunt, Knight Rider Glaive. Yeah. I don't know, just remove these ruins. Would have made this fight a whole lot more interesting. Wait, why is there another... What? Where the hell did you come from? Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? Well, the poison was a bit unnecessary, but... Okay, I guess. I think there's actually a bunch of these guys here. It's not necessarily where I want to go anyways. I just wanted to check out the Knight Rider thing. I mean, as a concept or as, like, from an enemy design standpoint, the Black Riders are actually pretty cool. I like them. And the fact that they all drop, like, unique weapons is also pretty awesome. But, yeah, the fights against them usually turn into boring... I don't know what. A jet black glaive with a blade as weighty as a bludgeon. Weapon of the Knights Cavalry who ride funeral steeds. This glaive excels at weighty slash attacks that crash into foes, making it a powerful weapon even on horseback. 26 strength. Well, I mean, once you get used, or somewhat get used to these fights on horseback, they're not all that bad, but they just leave a lot to be desired. Hey, we can talk to Melina. It's been a while. What is Bok doing here?
Your seamster, Bok.
Oh.
He is always eager to see your return. Please, will you talk to him when you can?
Well, I didn't even know he was here.
He will be much contented.
Why is he here?
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
But...
Oh, go, please do.
What? Okay, first of all, why is Bok suddenly here? Second of all, why does Melina specifically mention him and mention that I need to talk to him, yet he doesn't actually do anything? I feel like I'm missing something here. Well. So for some reason he moved here. He was originally here on the lake-facing cliff, so I guess he just sort of follows us. Also, I still need to find a way to get another one of those, what were they called? Grapes? Shabriri grapes? I wonder if I missed one of those things somewhere. That is so strange. I mean, I would get if Bok moved here for some reason, but the fact that Melina specifically mentions that is very strange to me. Right? That just seems very unusual. Also, let's just use a rune arc, since I still have them. Yeah. No idea what that means specifically, to be honest. Oh, these are the foot soldiers. I thought they were the, like the very easy to defeat guys from a distance. What are they doing here? Wait, isn't that in the distance there? Isn't that a, I thought there was a fire monk from a distance, but, well, maybe it's not. Oh, it's actually not. One of those biggest soldier dudes. Wow, he has quite the intricate helmet, it looks like. Well, I can also just do this, huh? Oh! Actually mistimed my dodge. Are you fucking kidding me? I hate that so much, that even against normal enemies, you still aren't able to properly just heal. It's so unnecessarily annoying. How did that still hit? Are you kidding me? These are still Raya Lucaria soldiers though, right? Yeah. They still have the Raya Lucaria symbol. Two slumbering eggs. Okay. So that's the Grand Lift over there then. And what I suspect is some sort of meaning to get into the capital, or originally was meant to get you into the capital at some point. That is very interesting though. This incline, this hill that I'm currently on, doesn't actually lead to where I wanted to go. It leads back down. And then that incline seemingly leads to where I want to go. Huh. Interesting. I think it's just these bats, right? Nothing more? Another stone sword? Well, I wonder where this is leading then, though. Wow, this is actually a pretty giant structure, isn't it? Especially when you look to the left there. There's something else there as well. Wait, this drops down again. I just want to go up the mountain. Also, there is a whole lot of defensive structures here. Oh, that's some sort of special waterfall. Looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. Why is there a rat here? What would a rat be doing up here? These are frenzied ones as well. Ooh. So maybe wherever this is leading? I mean, I think... Now I think I actually forgot about it, but... Someone or something mentioned other places with Frenzy as well. Ah, for fuck's sake. I kind of want to do these fights without having to block the entire time. Without having to roll. I want to block. That's what I wanted to say. Oh, fuck! Okay, this is very... Whoa. Okay, so this is like a combination of Bloodborne and Lord of the Rings, isn't it? Okay. And it also works the same. At least I think it does. So this is where the frenzy comes from. And yeah, I do remember, I think, something mentioning this at some point. Or someone, I don't really... I don't really recall, actually. So that's why all of these guys are frenzied. And it already drops my HP just by being exposed to it. Do I have anything against it? I actually don't recall. Maybe... let me see. Is that here? Or is that... No, it's... I think it would be here, right? Your resistance to sleep and bouts of madness. Yeah, so everything that increases my focus would help me against this. So can I craft stuff? I would need golden rowers for that. Interesting that I don't necessarily have those. I don't know how long this lasts, though. Whoa. Okay, at least I think I'm safe here. Yes. Well, that's good. Well, the question is clearly what is causing this, right? So it looks like jumping down here. Though I have a feeling this will take me exactly into the heart of it. Which I don't know how clever it is to do that. I mean, as long as I can, like, actually stay hidden. Frenzy Flaming Tower. Okay, so being right below it at least helps. Or it doesn't. What the fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate things like this. You know, like the first hit works, and then the second one doesn't for some awkward reason. I mean, there has to be something up there to deal with this whole thing, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, did I? Where is it? Here. Are you fucking serious? It takes so long to fucking target it that the tower already starts as whatever it is again. Okay. It's very interesting though, so the wood apparently also counts as me being not exposed to it. Yeah. Howl of Shabriri. I also have a feeling giving Hayeta those Shabriri grapes potentially isn't really going to help her, is it? Hey, I think that got rid of it. Okay. So these guys praying to it was all that was needed? Wow. Kind of didn't really expect that, to be honest. I had a feeling there was some sort of powerful sorcerer here or something. Well, I mean, somewhat underwhelming, yet still fairly cool, I guess. And the thing that we got, I think, is another incantation with the frenzy stuff, right? Yeah, okay. 33 faith. Shrieks, building up madness in nearby foes. Incantation originating from the maddening three fingers. The symbol is pretty cool. I like the white outline on it. Releases a maddening shriek that causes madness build up in foes nearby. This incantation also causes madness build up in the caster and makes enemies more likely to target them. Oh, also pretty cool. So I guess all of these guys up on this tower were using it, and that's why that's why this flame existed. It is said that the sickness of the flame of frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all history. Okay. Flame of Frenzy, yeah. So that makes me think that it's probably not the best idea to give somebody grapes of those Shabriri grapes. Then again, I mean, she just wants to see again. Maybe if you sort of keep your intake to a minimum, it can also help. I doubt it, but might be. Began with Shabriri. Most reviled man. In all history. Wonder if we'll find more about that guy. Well, at least it wasn't too complicated to deal with this. Otherwise, things like this can be very annoying. This was alright, though. Kind of a neat idea. And also visually was just pretty cool, like I thought. And as I said, it's pretty much a combination of Bird Bolt. It's pretty much a combination of the brain in the Nightmare and Bloodborne, and well, visually speaking, it's a bit of at least a bit of a connection there to the Lord of the Rings. Interesting that it's so close to this giant elevator thing, though. And also interesting that it seems to be somewhat of the almost on the entrance path to these ruins, whatever they are. I do also like the animation that was connected to being or getting mad. Being inflicted by madness. I thought that was pretty cool as well. Especially since you also get these white or yellow flames in your eyes. It's pretty awesome. Wait, is this guy deactivated or something? Can't you usually examine it? I mean, I'm gonna find wherever it pointed anyways, so not really that big of a deal. It's kind of crazy how high up this entire structure is, right? The game world. I said that a lot of times already, but I do like the verticality of the game world. I feel like it's honestly pretty well done. It makes it very unique, right? But it also comes with its own limitations. And as I said numerous times before, I do think that this world in particular, it does feel somewhat, in a good way, like multiple FromSoft worlds stitched together, right? But in a good way. I'm not saying that it's bad because of that. It works quite well. I think the overall design of the world is pretty good. And it's pretty unique because of that, right? It's just, I think, it's not necessarily an actual open world. Yes, it is, in the sense that you can go anywhere, pretty much. The game doesn't necessarily force you to do anything if you don't want to. I think you can pretty much traverse the entire world, technically, without having to deal with any kind of particular enemy. Of course, from time to time, you have to deal with certain bosses and certain enemies. That's obvious, but for the most part, you have a lot of different decisions in terms of how you can approach certain things, which I think is a pretty cool thing. It's just that well, as I said, it can have its advantages and disadvantages. Oops. I hate shockwaves like that. They're so cheap. Why? That literally flew through him. It shouldn't even hit me. Oh, I pressed circle, for fuck's sake. What the fuck was that? Can you please heal? Fuck's sake. That was a lot more annoying than it needed to be. And I don't know why it was, to be quite honest. So many really, really dumb timings. At least he doesn't have an inflated HP pool, so that's good. So this looks like one of these sorcery towers, but this time without a cheap puzzle in front of it. Oh, that's where I already was, right? Yeah. That's the entrance to the mine. Can I actually go back up if I jump down here? Because there is an item there. I guess the tower... Well, from here I could. I do wish that they would hold off on the very sort of misty, foggy weather a bit more. Because the game world really does look beautiful in a lot of ways, but I get that they also want to have atmosphere with rain and everything, yet at the same time I feel like converted fringe tower. At the same time I also feel like they, you know, should just try and utilize what they have. Yeah. Head required a head and then try gesturing. May erudition light the way. So one thing that... So that's what you're supposed to do, right? Put on one of those sorcery heads and then do the emote, apparently. You must solve the puzzle to enter. Well, that is very straightforward. I didn't even realize that that kind of message existed. Also, yeah, the fact that they're using one of these messages to tell you that is a bit... I wish they would just have a note here or something, right? Like your typical note that you find in the world. Why does it have to be this weird message? I feel that cheapens the experience, to be completely honest. Do I even have that particular gesture? Erudition? This one? Do you have to, like, You also have to wear the sorcery head? Because the message doesn't really mention that at all. If that's indeed how it works, that's dumb. Because then you'd have no way of actually finding this out other than reading player messages. Do I have to stand in front of the statue, though? And my head glows as well? Well, that's pretty funny, though. Okay, so when you, I guess, does that always happen when you use this particular emote while you're wearing the sorcerer heads? It does. Heh. Well, that's funny. Honestly, I always liked these emote interactions in the FromSoft games. I wish they would use them more, because then they would become an actual gameplay element. You know, without having played Bloodborne, for example, and knowing that gestures can be used there as well, and just seeing this, and especially if you don't play online, right? This tells you absolutely nothing. I mean, even if you would figure out that, hey, there is an emote that is called Erudition, you would still have absolutely fucking no idea how to open the seal. You would have to get incredibly lucky to actually figure out, oh, hey, I need to use the sorcerer head. I don't know. Which is why I think they should utilize these kinds of puzzles more often. Because then it would teach the player a lot more about, this is this is typically what they're looking for, right? Oh, it's one of these guys. Hi. What the fuck is that? Is that not doing anything? Well, that was awkward. It's pretty beautiful indeed, yeah. These vistas in the game, man, they're also pretty cool. Okay. Well, now I'm intrigued, although I have a feeling this doesn't really lead to anything. Well, an item most likely, but... Huh. You know, just like with the Academy, everything here that has to do with magic is really, really cool. I feel like it's just really well made. Not that the rest is bad, it's just... This feels, I don't know, a lot more fitting, to be completely honest. Wait, why is the chest already open? Why is the chest open? That doesn't seem right, to be honest. Cannon of Heimer and Gabble of Heimer. Why was it... Why is the chest already open? That's just strange. But wait, if I jump down here, there's no way for me to get back up? Is that really so? Because I would have to go all the way around, potentially even having to kill this eye thing again. I don't really want to do that, to be honest. I should probably look at these things. Cannon of Heimer lobs an explosive magic projectile in an arc. That needs 25 intelligence. Without the Great Rune, I don't have enough of that. Glintstone sorceries. lobs an explosive magic projectile that flies in an arc. Drawn from the Conspectors of Heimer, the adjudicator of the Academy, the sorcery employs might as a means to quell conflict. Think Conspectors of Heimer we haven't really heard. Adjudicator of the Academy. I mean, kind of looks awesome, but also I don't know how useful this would really be. Maybe against like really big opponents it would be pretty cool. And then we have the Gavel of Heimer. Creates a magical Great Hammer. What did I read there? Great Hammer and slams it down. Drawn from the scholarly Conspectors of Heimer, the adjudicator of the Academy, the sorcery employs might as a means to kill one. That's actually pretty cool, right? Thematically, that works really well. The fact that the adjudicator would summon like a giant gavel, magical gavel, and just slams it down. Hey, it's my right to kill you, but, and then they're just dead. Yeah, thematically, that's pretty cool. Well, what a weird way. At least, you know what? At least this time it was a proper puzzle. The fact that it can only really be solved if you play online is a bit problematic, but at least it was a proper puzzle compared to the first two towers that literally just told you, hey, kill 3 magical beasts, and then they just summon in 3 magical turtles around the tower, and you kill them, and that's it. And that's supposed to be a puzzle. So yeah, in this case, actually, it was a proper puzzle. Wait, so I think I should be able to jump back up here. I hope. No, this is probably not really worth it. Crystal Dart. I wonder if this is the guy who lived in this tower. Sort of in my headcanon, you know, think about if he just jumped down, or fell down rather, and now he's just lying here dead, and, you know, nobody really pays him any attention because he looks like any other sorcerer here. Well... Okay, that's the tower done. Do I need the horse for this? Potentially, huh? Although, this will be really, really, really annoying. God, I hate the way the horse behaves. Holy frickin' fuck! That's not where I pressed. The horse behavior is so fucking weird. Because it's just so unnecessarily, I don't know. It's exactly how the animations in The Witcher work, where it's sort of the animations need to play first, and then your actual input gets translated into motion. And, you know, especially in case of these jumps, it just feels very bad. I was wondering, there had to be a site of grace here. Well, now I'm wondering though where this guy points to, because Well, I mean, there wouldn't even... Oh, no, never mind. I think he just points to the Black Knife's catacombs for whatever stupid reason. Don't know what kind of purpose that serves, but alright. Okay, Frenzied Flame Village outskirts. So this is Frenzied Flame Village. Is it just a generic name? Oh, this is called the Ailing Village. So we have the Ailing Village, and now we're in the actually Frenzied Village, apparently. Okay. I wonder if resting actually respawns the tower. I don't necessarily think it would, but technically it should. Well, this is going to be interesting, I feel like. I mean, it looks like they're not paying me that much attention, to be completely honest. At least most of them aren't. There are soldiers there in the back, though. I wonder if they're actually also frenzied. It's also quite interesting that these guys seemingly aren't, like, screaming at me or something. I thought for sure they were gonna... Hey. I thought they were all gonna scream at me and make me, be frenzied as well. This is a rather strange village, though, because they have this giant wall around it, which leads me to believe that this wall might have existed earlier, was then found by these guys, and they were, not by these guys, but by whoever built the houses, and maybe they thought, oh hey, you know, the wall's already here, so I guess it would be a good idea to potentially just, you know, build our houses into it. Something like that, right? And they also have a cookbook, apparently. Clarifying boluses. Whatever that is. Oh, these guys. Ooh, alleviates madness buildup. Oh, that's cool. Yellow boluses made of cave moss. Madness accumulates slowly, inflicting heavy damage and reducing FP once the threshold is reached. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Take one of these in timely fashion to avoid such events. Because I was thinking, or I was wondering rather, what the difference to blood loss actually was. You know, despite the... I mean, obviously the animation is different. But, the Lord of Frenzied Flame. But apart from that, the actual effect was the same, right? So, I guess it also makes you lose FP. It's also very interesting. This has the same colored pattern on it as this one. Huh. Beneath Lanedale, at the very bottom, lies our Lord, Lord of the Frenzied, the three fingers, who holds us in thrall. Beneath Lanedale. Yeah, I'm really wondering what these three fingers are about. If the two fingers are sort of the quote-unquote, I don't know, normal way or something. What are the three fingers? Why do they exist? And mean if the Lord of the Three Fingers lies in Lanedale? I mean, what exactly does that mean, though? That is so strange to me. That they still haven't fixed the AI patterns for that. It's also quite interesting that these are seemingly Raya Lucaria soldiers. Huh. What are they doing here? Shabriri's Woe. That looks like a talisman. Is it? Yes, it is. Constantly attracts enemies' aggression. Disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. Constantly attracts enemies' aggression. It is said that the man, named Shabriri, had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and, with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. Okay. Well, that doesn't really tell us that much about him, but I wonder how you can potentially use that effect. Because it wouldn't work in PvP, obviously, right? I guess if... I mean, yeah, you could potentially, if you play the game co-op with a friend or something, one of you can actually be a tank, and the other one a ranged or a healer or whatever. That would work. The game's definitely set up to facilitate those kinds of setups. Which I do find rather interesting. Yeah, that honestly makes me wish that they would have just completely embraced sort of this idea of co-op. I wish, honestly, that all bosses would just be built around the idea of multiple people hitting them, sort of, right? I wish that bosses would specifically be set up in a way where the general idea would be that you have at least one other person with you. Or it would be even cooler if the spirit and ash summons and whatever would allow you to have, your typical healer, tank, damage dealer distribution. I honestly think that would be quite fun, right? To have, if you would be able to, for example, put talismans and weapons on your spirits as well. That would also alleviate a big issue that I feel like the FromSoft games have had for a while anyways, which is, I mean, and I already said that multiple times as well, you always have a feeling that you never use quite enough of the items that are in the game, right? So, there is a ton of different weapons and spells, sorceries, incantations, talismans, whatnot, armor sets as well, right? There is a whole huge range of things in the game that just sits there waiting to be used. Yet, unfortunately, it can't really be used because, well, you'd have to upgrade it, and you yourself can only ever use one thing anyways, right? So there's just a whole bunch of things at the end of the day that sort of prevents you from actually using a whole different array of items. And I wish that would be different. I wish that Seriously? I actually overshot it. Yeah, I actually wish that the game would allow you to use more builds on one character. And not only that, right? If you would have implemented, you know, I guess, summons like this, right? Where you would have potentially... Oh, for fuck's sake. Where you could actually get them items and make it so that they carry items around. Frenzied Burst. And you could specifically change the builds of your spirit summons. That would be really, really interesting in my opinion. And as I said, right, really build it up that way. Because the items are already in the game, right? It would be incredibly cool to build up, depending on your setup, right? So you could play the role of tank, like you could utilize maybe a very heavy shield or something, and then you would have like a spirit summon that would deal a whole bunch of damage, and you would have another one that healed you. Or the other way around, right? You could be the healer, or you could be the damage dealer, or whatever. Spirit summon would tank. Obviously, they'd have to work on that a bit more. Lord Vike, it seems that you are no lord after all. Then where is he, our true lord, our lord of frenzied flame? We beg of you, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. May chaos take the world. I guess that's what the Frenzied Flame wants, or the Three Fingers wants. So the Two Fingers are the order of... well, order. And the Three Fingers are the order of chaos, or what? Lord Vike. So he's looking for the true Lord of Frenzied Flame. Seems to be a somewhat interesting subject, considering that he wants everything to be the same by bringing chaos to the world, right? So, implying that the Golden Order, which was already something that was mentioned multiple times as well, is that potentially the Golden Order, I guess, divides as well. Wait, is that a plant that can actually cause frenzy as well? Also, why does it actually take so much stamina to wield my fucking staff? Huh. Well, there's a bunch of these flowers here. Let's keep that small chapel for last. Wow! Well, I did not expect that to happen. At least they give me back all of my flasks. Another graveyard here. think that's it though, right? I don't think there's more than that. Because then it leads back down where I already was, I think. Wait. That's kind of crazy that they do that. Are you fucking kidding me? Why did it switch over to the other one? It's also quite funny. It seems like the little plants in this case are just... Oh no, never mind. That guy is actually going towards me. Because it looked for a second like... Why was that still shooting? Oh, whatever. It looked for a second as if the small ones were just sort of going towards the big one, rather than actually... rather than actually fighting me, which would have been interesting. Yeah, okay. So this leads just back down to where the mausoleum was, I think? Yeah, that's where it is. This texture here looks weird. Map liar? This texture seems wrongly placed. Yeah. See this? This whole patch where there's no grass? I think that's not actually supposed to happen. I think they placed the texture over the grass. And a bunch of runes. Golden Rune 7, holy shit. These graveyards always do give a lot of runes, which is pretty cool. I still wish there was some way of farming them, actually. Why do the spells cost so much stamina anyway? How interesting, though, that these plants actually have frenzy built up within them. I wonder how that even works. I mean, what kind of stuff is that? This madness? That it can be transported via this yellowish powder. How does that work exactly? And once again, they're also a bit... I don't think I'm gonna fight these last ones. It's a bit much, to be honest. Because it's not really interesting to fight these guys. Well, I mean, it does give runes, but it also takes a long time. I wonder if these guys, if they specifically camped here because this was fairly close to the capital. Maybe they weren't able to use the lift, and so they decided to camp out here, right, where they would be close, and just waited for maybe somebody else to come in and help them get back to the capital. Because if the lord that they're looking for, or the Three Fingers, or whatever that even means... Oh. There's going to be an NPC invasion, I feel like. Yes. Festering fingerprint. Oh! That's literally the guy they were talking about. Whoa! What the... Okay, okay. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you... That's just bullshit. Come on, do that again. Obviously now he's not doing it anymore. Seriously. What? Did you see that tracking? That was pretty bullshit. Well, that still hit him. What the... How? I knew that attack was coming, I pressed circle, and yet he still hit me. Wait, is he out of... I feel like he's out of something. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the... Well, that was bullshit. Bit of a strange fight, but alright. Fingerprint Grape and Vike's War Spear. Okay, so this Vike guy apparently is not the proper Lord of Frenzy? What exactly does that mean, though? Sorry. What did you say? Seems that we're no lord after all. So this Lord Vike must have had some sort of weakness then? Or something that happened to him that made him... Or that made others think that he wasn't as powerful as he maybe thought he was? I mean, he wasn't bad though. I mean, seemed fairly powerful to me, all things considered. So did he give me, oh, he gave me this thing, whatever that is. Eyeball of the Night Vike, inflamed yellow. Seared with a repulsive fingerprint burn, akin to those that marred his entire body. If offered to the blind maiden, it will lead her to the source of the distant light, allowing her to become a finger maiden. Why, though? I mean, the finger maiden... Why? Because aren't the finger maidens there to... Aren't the finger maidens there to guide tarnished... akin to... or in a way that would satisfy the Golden Order and the Two Fingers? Why would that be made possible via something like this? What does it have to do with a fingerprint? Let me just write that down. So Night Vike, not the actual frenzied king or whatever. Frenzied king. Eyeball leads the blind maiden. That is also something that we haven't really, I mean, the two fingers in general, we've heard a bunch about it, but we definitely haven't really, we're not quite there to properly understand what that's actually about, right? What are the two fingers? Why do they exist? What is the greater will? Well, we obviously don't know what the three fingers are. And because of that, we also don't really know what kind of role these maidens play. And our maiden as well, right? Where did she come from, essentially? Why do they exist? And then also, why apparently do they often why are they often blind, or why are they often losing their eyes? And how would that be connected? I mean, why would all of a sudden be these three-finger rituals what brings them back? Frenzied burst. I think that's what he was also doing. Oh, that shoots out of the eye? Well, that's actually pretty cool. Releases concentrated blasts of the yellow flame of frenzy from the caster's eyes. Charging enhances potency, enabling the blasts to penetrate the enemy's guard. In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testimony to a meager victory. Or it is testament to a meager victory. So it's sort of controlled, but you're still mad? That's what they're getting at, I guess? Did he drop something else? I feel like I might have overlooked something. Oh, that's actually also pretty cool. Bolt covered in thorns. One of the most horrific weapons used in the Shattering. Afflicts target with blood loss. Difficult to remove once buried in flesh, causing appalling damage to the body. Wow. It didn't really drop anything else though, right? He dropped two things, but I think that was... Wait, did he? Okay. Well, at least so far the Invader... Well, the Invader fights, I think they're quite fun. On the one hand, I do somewhat like that they're not too difficult, because that prevents it from being annoying. Because these Invader fights are usually at places where you don't really expect to be fighting. And... yeah, I don't know. It kind of would be annoying to run back to them, I feel like. So it's not the worst thing in the world that they're not that hard, yet at the same time they feel a tiny bit too easy. Most of them. Church of Inhibition. So... A sacred tear. Finger Maiden. Was she a Finger Maiden as well? She looks blind, doesn't she? Well, she's also dead, but... What is the deal with the Finger Maidens? Because at the beginning of the game, it feels like they're very, very special, right? Potentially even... I don't know, potentially even sort of godlike? Or not necessarily godlike, but certainly like born in a very specific way. I don't really know how to put it, but they definitely feel very, very special at the beginning of the game. And now, yeah, overall, it's just very, very unclear what they even are, or what their purpose is, or whatever. Well, okay, I've dealt with this. I kind of want to go back here, and then take this path to here. I mean, I know that we potentially can't really continue there. Although, then again, since we now know that this is the Carrion Manor, and that Ranni is potentially here, it might make more sense to do this next, right? So go back here, check out, I don't know, maybe these parts, a little bit of them, and then go into the manor. I feel like that actually makes more sense, because this path I have to take at some point anyways, I think. So we can come back to it then. Also, the dragon is still alive. Though currently I still have my rune active. I completely forgot about the dragon. Also, I wanted to do something else. We still don't have an item to open up the... Oh, you know what? We probably get that from Ranni, don't we? Yeah. Since we're still technically not really done with the story of the Academy, I feel like. So, yeah, that's probably where we get the item to get to the Divine Tower then. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. There was another thing that I just wanted to do, and now I forgot about it. Fuck. Oh yeah, right, let's go back to Hyetta then. I don't really know if it's a good idea to give her that, but at the same time I also don't really know what else to do with it. And I don't think that you can actually do something else with her. Like, I can't really tell her to go somewhere else, so...
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shaburi grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage, in search of the distant light. And when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes. Hello? Would you donate... I'm on
Wait,
a
what?
pilgrimage, and when I eat one of...
Oh, that's weird. So I guess I need another grape before I can actually give her the thing that I just got. Well, that means that I have a feeling that I missed certain things, but I don't really know how that could even happen, because I feel like I've also looked at a lot of stuff. But there has to be a way to get another Chabriri grape then. I quickly want to check back to the Church of Vows as well, just to make sure, or just to see whether or not, wait, can I even get there from here? Well, I guess I can, I just have to ride by these guys. But yeah, I just want to see whether or not, that weird boss enemy that I fought here once is coming back at certain points. I don't know how or why that would happen, but I just want to see, I guess. I don't think that it had anything to do with this graveyard or something though, right? I think it must have just been a coincidence that I entered the church from the backside. right? I don't think that necessarily had anything to do with it. Absolutely no idea. Okay. Well. I mean, at least I now have been to this entire section of the map. Next thing's going to be Rani. Well. I have 16,000.
Greetings.
I don't think that I actually have... I also... Oh no, never mind. I found all of these. Oh yeah, nice. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the roundtable hold, actually. And that's where we'll end for today. Get one more level. Are you still okay? Still looks okay. How many runes do I need? 25,931. 25,931, okay.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms.
So 50, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, at least that's a level. That is so dumb. Faith 24. And now, technically, I would be able to equip the scythe. The problem is, right, with the Great Rune active, I'm on medium load, but I think that if I would... if I would lose the Great Rune, I would be on heavy load. Should be a bit of a problem. What does this have exactly? Wait, let me... Can I... that's where I wanted to go. So this has 124 plus 27, which is more base physical power than my current sword. And it also has 149 plus 43 holy, which is definitely more than 122 plus 45. It has worse faith scaling, though the difference is minor. That's actually... Well, I mean, the scaling goes off of your base, but that's a bit of a dumb thing, right? I'm not the biggest fan of that, because... So, C-scaling, in my opinion, should be somewhat significantly better than D-scaling. Yet, because my current sword has a lot less base holy damage, obviously it's gonna deal... Like, the scaling part won't be that much, because it's a percentage of the base damage, I think. I kind of want to use this scythe. I do need something else to play with. And also the fact that it has additional blood loss buildup is pretty awesome in my opinion. Just looks awesome as well. Actually, I just very, very quickly want to test it somewhere. Well, I guess I can already go here, right? That's where I want to start next time. And it's actually not that slow. Okay, it's the same pattern. And then it has this, right? Whoa, okay, that's awesome. It doesn't have the holy imbue, or imbue rather, but not really utilizing it that much anyways. Let me see, I want to have some enemies. Although, to be completely honest, the only thing that I don't really like about it is how I hold it. Oh well. I mean, that does feel fairly strong, doesn't it? It obviously still doesn't help if the enemy is just attacking me. But the damage in and of itself seems to be pretty good, and I can use it with a shield if I wanted to. I don't know, I feel like it's a bit big. I mean, this attack is pretty cool though. Can you like aim it as well? Yeah, you can. It's pretty awesome actually. Well, well, well. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I'm gonna use it, I think, just to see how it is. And, well, if I die and my equipment load is too high, I guess I have to figure out something. Either I'm gonna, well, I can unequip something, maybe. It'll work out. Oh, fuck. Obviously not. Wait, let me actually... Let me just do this. Yeah, that looks much better. Yeah, let's actually look over that way, because that's where I want to go in the future, right? So I'll end it here. Since I'm not raiding today and raiding tomorrow, I was thinking about maybe playing longer today, but there's still a bunch of IRL stuff that I need to do and a bunch of other things that I need to deal with. So unfortunately, you know, streaming has been, in the second half of March, my streaming has been a bit less than I wanted to. But, I mean, well, we're still making progress, slowly but surely we're making progress through Elden Ring. It's probably going to take me a bit more time, but hopefully I will be able to, you know, get a lot more into it once I've figured out a bunch of other stuff as well. I hope that starting with April, that I will once again be able to do just longer streams in general, and then hopefully I will be, because I also want to like, Elden Ring's a pretty cool game. I do have some problems with it here and there, and I mention them quite frequently, but overall it's a very cool game. Yet at the same time, I obviously also want to get through it, because there's a whole bunch of other games that I also want to play. And, you know, only playing Elden Ring. Also, to be quite honest, I would actually like to try like a second character or a New Game Plus or something with Elden Ring as well. And so, yeah, as long as I haven't played through it, obviously that's not really an option, but we'll get through it, and hopefully I'll be able to stream a bit more in the future as well. But that's going to be it for today. I hope you had a ton of fun. I certainly did. I think we managed to do quite a lot of stuff. It was quite interesting. And, well, the next goal will be to find Renala's daughter, Rani, who apparently resides currently in the Carrion Manor. And once we've dealt with that, I'd imagine we will have, well, hopefully, we'll get access to this lift. And then, once we approach the capital, that will be yet another very, very interesting thing. Also, one thing that I still have in the back of my mind is Caelid, right? Because I haven't really done anything with Caelid so far, but it felt like I was way underleveled for that, so it's still going to be interesting to see whether or not I will be, well, I guess whether or not Leyndell and the capital city ultimately will be on equal terms with Caelid in terms of difficulty or enemy level. It's certainly going to be interesting to see. But yeah, that's it for now. I hope you're having a great rest of your evening, day, morning, wherever you are. I hope to see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye!